3, Spain 3, Club Náutico de Sevilla con Rocio Sancho y Ana Navarro. Spain number 5, Real Club Náutico de Gandia con Irene Villarejo y Marta Moncho.
Great Britain 2, Dolphin Rowing Club, Louise Florence and Andrea Davis.
Great Britain number 4, Christian Society Rowing Club with Claire Jamison and Catherine Carr-Coleman-Jones.
Then we have Greece, Omilos Philon Thalasis Rowing Club, and it's Aliki Nikopoulou and Urania Votti in the boat.
Ireland number 3, the Cairndu Rowing Club with Lisa Lamont and Saria Kane.
From Telimar in Italy, we have Elena Johanna Armeli and Violante Lama.
From Netherlands, the Hop in Amstel, Caroline van der Waal and Lisa van der Putten. Portugal, do Infante, Francisca Marques e a Carla Souza.
Then we have Ukraine 1 from Dnipro, Anastasia Kozenkova and Katarina Duchenko.
And from the United States of America, Newport Aquatic Center, Hilary Seiger and Eric Robertson.
So we've just seen the 3 balls going up on that white mast that we have here on the beach to indicate it's less than 3 minutes to the start. So the boats must maneuver, and we have on the screen now also the graphic. Turning point 1, 2, 3 being out there, 4, 5, 6, and 7 being close to the fort, rounding the fort. So the first turning points, you have a right-hand curve taking your boat to starboard side, and then the inside of the fort curves are port side. So tricky navigation, as we heard this morning, gauging your direction in the waves from the bottom of the wave. Sometimes the buoy is not really well visible. So let's see how these doubles manage it, where they have to turn their heads. The last race that we had, the penultimate race of the morning session was a Coxed quad. So the coxswain generally, of course, helps very, very much in getting the best of lines towards the next turning point.
2 minutos para a partida, estamos a postos para mais uma competição neste Campeonato do Mundo de Remo.
USA 1 here on the water, gauging their direction. The combination from Newport Aquatic Center, Hilary Sager and Aaron Roberts. Here you see the mast with the 2 balls still up, less than 2 minutes. So the balls are being dropped on the minute. Now 1 minute to go.
Falta 1 minuto para a partida.
Everyone out there will be very, very excited to start racing, and all the tension building here on the beach from all the spectators, the crewmates, and of course from all of you out there watching on worldrowing.com. So, start has been given, hopefully no penalties to be awarded. Let's hear it from James and Peter.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, Ukraine underway on the near side. It's a good, fast start for them. Anastasia Kozenkova and Katerina Duchenko for Dnipro. Ukraine pushing out to the lead. Spain 1 going with them in the early stages. Mediterraneo de Malaga, Ireland 3. A great start from them. Sees them try to contend the lead. That's Lisa Lamont and Sarah Quinn from Cairndu Rowing Club are neck and neck with Denmark as well out in front. The Dansk Studenten Rock Club, Mette Pettersen and Anna-Kalina Schanzer. Those are the 4 boats neck and neck for the front. Italy just a canvas down. That's the Telemar, Elena, Joanna Armeli and Volante Lama. Those 5 boats level for the front of the field.
big left to right spread already. I think lots of people gone wide, hoping they don't get pushed down onto this mark by the tide that's starting to come out from up the river and down into the open ocean. Few people though clearly making the most of that. Clean water out towards the left-hand side, because certainly in the middle towards the back it looks a lot more broken, a lot harder to get good contact between the blades and the water. Some of that's the wind we've got here. It is a fair bit windier, probably blowing up to 15 knots now, whereas this morning I doubt we really saw too much into double digits, certainly not in the shelter of this start.
Well, we're making our way up to turning point 1, this 0.9 kilometre stretch, the first leg in this 4 kilometre course, as you rejoin us for the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal. Leaders at the moment are Mediterráneo de Málaga, Maria Montel Mancha and Teresa Diaz Moreno. They are pushing up, and Ukraine going with them, Anastasia Kozhenkova and Katerina Dudchenko. The field's so spread out, it's tough to tell whether the Fort side crews are leading ahead of the Marina side crews as we approach halfway towards the first turning point. Over on the far side, it's Italy and Denmark contesting the lead, and not much separating them. They're looking pretty neck and neck. That's the leading 4 crews. It's the first 10 that go through to the A final from this race. Spain 3 currently in 5th. That's the Club Náutico Sevilla, where we've got Rocio Sanchez and Ana Navarro plugging away in 5th place. We've then got the Irish crew from Cairn-Du Rowing Club, Lisa Lamont and Sarah Quinn. They're in 6th. 7th, Great Britain 4, where we've got the Christchurch Rowing Club's combination of Claire Jameson and Kath Coleman-Jones. Looking back then, tough to pick out the positions immediately astern from them. I believe it's the USA's Newport Aquatic Centre, Hilary Seeger and Erin Roberts then ahead of Germany, where we've got Greece. In fact, it's the Greece combination of Aliki Nikopoulou and Urania Votti just ahead of Great Britain 2, which is for Dolphin, Louise Florence and Andrea Davies. So that basically takes us through the running of those that are in contention for an A final. Not too far off the GB boats, though. We've got the remaining Portugal, Spanish and Dutch boats.
It's a lot bouncier out on this first leg than it has been already today. I think this is probably the choppiest we've had traditionally, certainly through the rest of the earlier part of today. This has been a very flat leg without much sea state in play at all, and the boats have just been able to power up and keep going. But I can see a lot of bows up in the air and catching a little bit of water as they come back down again, and that's not something we've seen on this leg before. It's always been after turning point 1.
Well, they're converging on turning point 1. Ukraine have made the best of this first kilometre, the first quarter done, and in fact they've gone the wrong side of the buoy. That's a disaster for them. This is going to cause carnage because the other boats are converging in quickly. That's opening up the door for Denmark, who are over on the far side, who've had to course correct and come way back over this way. Denmark though, Spain make the tighter corner, but Denmark maintain their boat speed. So I think we're going to see Denmark push through Spain. That's the Mediterráneo de Málaga boat now contesting the lead with Denmark. Spain 3 come through, Club Náutico Sevilla in 3rd. That opens the door for Ireland to move up past Great Britain. So we're seeing Ireland's Cairn-Du Rowing Club move up into 4th place, level with Christchurch Rowing Club and the Italian boat over on the far side for Telemar. Ukraine back round the buoy, and already they're putting in a big push here to pull up alongside 4th place Great Britain. We've then got 8th place the USA at the moment, Newport Aquatic Centre. 9th place Greece. The Dutch, who are trailing at the back of the field, have also gone the wrong side of the buoy, so they're going to have to correct for that. Great Britain 2 coming past now, Dolphins. So doing a quick count, 9th and 10th are Greece, where we've got the boat from Omilos Filontenasis, and then Great Britain 2, Dolphin. So that's the leading 10 boats, and then there's 5 lengths of clear water back to Portugal 3, who we've got Infante just half a length up on Spain 5, Real Club Náutico Gandia. So those are the only 2 boats perhaps with a chance of getting through, because the Dutch are still on their way back to turning point 1 to make sure they go around the correct side.
Both those boats going the wrong side of the mark there shows how tough it is to get it right, and only a tiny misjudgment can end up in a huge penalty in terms of time. I mean, both those boats were right on target until the last second, and then obviously just focusing on the rowing and not where they were going. When they were pointing for the mark, 5 seconds later they're the wrong side of it, and it shows how quickly that does change and how much impact the tide has in that situation. The Ukrainians made a very tidy job of bringing it back and seem to have pulled back into the leading pack again. It could have been a lot more ground given away there, but unfortunately, the Dutch at the back lost quite a lot of ground with the wind pushing them down, because obviously the wind that's been the advantage on that first leg. If you end up the wrong side and have to try and turn the boat back into it, it's so difficult to spin the boat round and then have to row back into it again. On this second leg though, we're starting to get a bit more of the chop. We've got the wind coming across, we've got a bit more tide running, a bit more swell, and certainly with the smaller boats, a fair bit of spray coming over the bows now.
They're taking a wide course towards turning point 2. I wonder just how many may be able to see it clearly. A real slowdown for the Greek boat over on the far side. They've come to an almost absolute stop. I think just having a hard time with the choppy water as we come into this now slightly more swelly second leg of the 4K course. That means that Great Britain too are in with a stronger chance, but they've come way inside on this loop. They're perhaps 100 meters to 150 meters on the inside of this second leg, closer towards land than the furthest boats over on the far side, which will be in that top 10. So crucial now as they make their way up this slightly harsher conditions to see how they settle into their race rhythm and handle these choppy conditions compared to this morning.
Yeah, with this much left to right spread across the fleet, the boats that are on the far right could have a completely different bit of tide underneath them than the ones on the left, because they'll be in water that's 10, maybe even 15 meters shallower, and that can affect where they're pointing, and how where they're pointing is actually the boat's going to be going sideways a lot more than maybe they appreciate in that, and where they're pointing is not where they're going.
Very, very difficult. We look back to the front of the field. Ukraine still having a great race, but being closed in on as we come into past halfway now between turning points 1 and 2. Really difficult with such a widely spread field to make sure that they have a clean run at turning point 2 and don't end up getting washed down by the flotilla of boats that aren't rowing boats, trying to make sure that all of the wakes stay well away from these athletes competing for positions into the A final. 10 go through in this competition for the Coastal Women's Double.
It's looking choppier and choppier the further we get out of turning point 2 here, isn't it?
Bouncing around all over the place. The spray will be making it harder. We've got to bear in mind that being a coastal event, wet hands on wet handles makes for tricky grip work. But as we start to make our way towards turning point 2, Ukraine still out in front. We've then got Spain 2 in second, the regattas to Alicante, and then Spain 3 behind them. No, Spain 2, Club Nautico Sevilla, and then Real Club Nautico Gandia.
I think the British entry that was out a little bit on the right-hand side of the course has ended up even further out now, probably a good 100 meters from the rest of the pack. That's a big difference, and I'm not entirely sure that's a strategy. I think maybe they just don't realise how much they're getting pushed out to the right, and that's going to be a lot more distance to have to row back into everybody else.
So they'll be trying to stay in the top 10, but at the front of the field, Ukraine and Denmark level. That's the 1 and 2. We've then got Spain's Mediterraneo de Malaga in second, followed by Club Nautico Sevilla in fourth. Great Britain 4, which is the Christchurch Rowing Club, not far astern from them in 5th. So that's the top 5 will hold position just to the right of the second turning point, so that we're able to watch them round the buoy and give you a clean run through of the top 10 places, because there'll be a lot of competition to get into this A final. There's 13 boats contesting it, so it's essentially a race to not be in the last 3.
I think this third leg's probably going to be the really challenging one, actually. There's so much wind blowing across what their course is going to be. It's going to make it really tricky keeping themselves going in the right direction, and again it will be a situation where the bow is pointing is not going to be indicative of where the boat is going, and the ones that are really plugged into that and understand what's going on are the ones that will be able to use it to their advantage the most.
So this is the tricky bit now as they make the transition from a headwind to total crosswind between turning points 2 and 3. Denmark and Ukraine level at the front of the field. Nothing to separate them as they come up towards turning point 2. Ukraine and Denmark, they'll just be eager to not clash. Spain 1 coming in next, which is the Mediterranean to Malaga boat ahead. Real Club Nautico Gandia They really did get pushed quite far away from land. The angle from here, almost as though they're coming from the southern side of the Lisbon Bay Area.
Again, with a mark against the horizon with nothing behind, it can be so easy to get pushed downwind and across the wind in these situations. I think that's exactly what's happened. But as it's happened to the whole fleet together and they've all been following the boats in front, nobody's really lost or won out of that equation. Unfortunately, the Brits that came really far on the right-hand side haven't managed to make that work to an advantage, probably just because in the shallower water they haven't had as much tide underneath them, so any upwind advantage has been negated by the other boats in the stronger tide, I think.
Okay, so positions coming around the corner. Ukraine and Denmark still level. We've then got the two Spanish boats, Mediterráneo de Málaga ahead of Club Náutico Sevilla. That's the top four. Rounding the turning point then, we've got Great Britain Forwards, Christchurch Rowing Club, and then getting back in the action here, Dolphin. So they had a pretty good row there. They were quite some way off course, but they are well back into the action. I'd like to see that drawn out on a map just to see how far they did go off course, or whether they took a direct line, because we're starting to see some of the others come in quite far offshore. USA then are in 7th place ahead of Ireland. Ireland 3, which is the Can-Do Rowing Club's combination of Lisa Lamont and Sarah Quinn.
I'd actually say that GBL Dolphin probably rowed the exact course that they needed to, and they were probably the only people that were rowing the shortest distance. It just didn't look like it, because all the other boats that were going downwind, instead of being the outlier, it was actually all the other boats that had ended up way off course. But obviously it's so hard to have confidence that you're the one doing the right thing when you're the only one doing it.
Brave move from Louise Florence and Andrea Davies. 9th then, coming around the turning point, is Telemar for Italy. And we're just going to see behind us that Portugal, where we can see Infante, Francisca Marquez and Carla Sousa coming in, holding 10th place, but that's the danger seat. They're only perhaps 4 lengths ahead of their contender, who's pushing up to try and contest for that 10th place through to the A final.
I think this third leg has the potential to have some big corrections needing made at the end of it from what we're seeing. There's a lot of boats, again, a big couple of 100-meter spread left to right really, and that's just the effect of the wind on the port bow of the boats pushing them down and maybe not realizing how much of a difference it's making. And without a defined pack at the front to follow, everybody's making their own decisions and doing their own navigation here.
Well, we were chatting to the king of Capricorsa, Yuri Suchak, yesterday, and he was the one telling us that this third leg here, from the second turning point to the third, is where your forearms really burn. Alex Moderna in the double with him, they were saying that just to keep that bow heading in the right direction requires so many fine corrections, which you'll typically manage through the course of the stroke using your forearms and that grip. So difficult when you've got wet hands and making sure that your blades don't slip. The last thing you need is a crab out here and then having to stop and get to speed. Well, the leading boats are 3/4 of the way to turning point 3, which means that when they get there, they'll be 3/4 of the way around this 4-kilometer course. It's a very good race from the girls from Ukraine, the Dnipro combination of Anastasia Kozenkova and Katerina Dudchenko leading now. This tricky leg has allowed them to open up clear water ahead of the Dankstudenter Rock Club from Denmark. Mette Pettersen and Anna Schanzer, well known in the Danish team. They're holding on to second place. No real need for these leaders to put pressure on themselves. They should be, or they could be, easing off the pressure and just maintaining a little bit of that energy for tomorrow. I'm sure everybody will be having early nights tonight, particularly with those getting through to the A finals.
Yeah, as you were saying, Peter, it's the side-to-side motion so much harder on the body.
Yeah, so we cut the communication with our great announcers out there, great commentators, just for a little while until we catch them again. Great competition here, as you might have seen. The Ukrainian double ends, the Danish combination, which is Danish-German. In fact, Mette Pettersen for Denmark International and Anna-Karina Schanze was a junior international for Germany. These two teaming up for Denmark won. Were battling it out with Ukraine in the lead, and Spain won, was good. Also, Mediterráneo de Málaga and Spain 3 not far away, so these battling out. And as you might remember, for the women's double, the first 10 will go through. As Peter said, just a The last three will miss out on the medal final, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m.
Ora, lá no percurso, à altura em que ficamos aqui um bocadinho mais desprovidos de comunicação com os nossos dois comentadores que estão na água, a liderar estava a embarcação da Ucrânia, Dnipro, com a Anastasia Kozenkova e a Katerina Duchenko, a embarcação que tomava a liderança no primeiro. Em segundo, era a embarcação da Dinamarca com Mette Petersen e Ama Kalina Sanchez em segundo lugar. E terceiro, entre a terceira e quarta posição para as embarcações espanholas, a Espanha 1 do Mediterrâneo de Málaga, com a Maria Mancha e a Teresa Moreno, ocupavam a terceira posição. E a quarta, o Clube Náutico de Sevilha, com Rócio Sánchez e Ana Navarro. Eram estas as remadoras que estavam na frente.
So, Pete, coming to the next turning point, it seems that Ukraine have managed to slip away even further. Is that right?
They've been building this lead, Ukraine, just trying to stay out in front, I think, for pride of place. They'll be going through to the A final, but nobody knows yet what that might mean in terms of the starts. We've been having water starts and beach finishers here, but if it turns into a beach start, if they allow it tomorrow, then all of these athletes will want the preferred lanes on the beach. When they do a water start, they can be anywhere on the water as long as they're on the correct side of the starting line. But when it comes to the beach start, it is allocated lanes 1 to 20 across the front of the beach. So winning will mean you get preferential lane treatment. So passing turning point 5, Ukraine still leading ahead of Denmark, and then we've got behind them Mediterráneo de Málaga in third and Club Náutico Sevilha in fourth, and then the field immensely spread out. The majority of those remaining boats still just turning past turning point 3 towards 4. So the field hugely spread out. We'll see how they progress now that they're passing turning point 5 towards 6.
So that's been a pretty impressive performance by the Ukrainians, actually. That's the first time we've seen somebody. The race has previously been kind of won or lost at turning point 1, and that's the first time we've seen a large error there not end up in a big deficit further up, and to have regained the lead after such a correction to have to make has been the first time that's happened. So that's disproved our theory, I think, that we've had so far, that is where the race is won or lost, because clearly you can bring it back from it.
And not only bring it back a little bit, some of these boats that are still back there at turning point 4 had moved through the Ukrainians, and now the Ukrainians are back out in front by a good 400 meters. An amazing performance from them. They're taking quite a wide arc from 6 to 7, so I'm sure they'll start to twist it back in to get in towards a straight line for the beach. Coming past us here at the fort de São Julio de Barra in Oeiras, we've got the leading Spanish boat, Mediterráneo de Málaga, Maria Montiel Mancha and Teresa Diaz Moreno. Great performance from them, holding out ahead of their fellow country women, Club Náutico Sevilla, Rocha Lau Sanchez and Ana Navarro. They've got a good 60, 70 meters up on their closest competition, but it's been amazing to see Ukraine leading Denmark, the two Spanish boats, and the field almost entirely equally strung out behind them.
It's nice to see on this downwind leg, all the bows sitting nice and high out the water as they ride downwind, down the swell. Just a bit of air underneath every single bow, cutting through the waves, very little spray in what's otherwise choppy conditions, but makes it much easier to handle on the downwind, down swell legs than we see on leg 2, where they're right into it and really have to work to keep the boat moving.
Passing us here in 5th place is Great Britain's Christchurch Rowing Club. Great performance from them, some tricky moments through the far end of the course. They're up ahead of 6th place Newport Aquatic Centre, passing turning point 5. We've then got the Italians, Telemar in 7th place. And then coming through turning point 6 now, we've got the Irish. Here we've got Can-Do Rowing Club's Lisa Lamont, Sarah Quinn. And then there's quite a big gap back between 8th place, who are just rounding turning point 5, where we've got the Great Britain crew of Louise Florence and Andrea Davies from Dolphin. So that's the front 8. We will await with bated breath the remaining 2 to qualify for that A final. I believe it's going to be the Portuguese boat from Infante, Francisca Marquez and Carla Sousa. They've just passed turning point 3 though, so they've got a good 600 meters behind 8th place Great Britain 2's Dolphin boat.
Amazing to see here, just sat at the transit of Mark 6 and Mark 7, quite how wide some of the boats go and all the angles involved there. Some of them are 20, 30 degrees off from what the other boats are doing. It shows how difficult it is to pick a course, even when you've got a skyline in the background of such a spectacular city like that to aim for and judge it all off.
Spectacular is exactly the right word for what the Ukrainians did. They're coming to the beach now, the Ukrainian combination. And give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They will probably win this heat. The crew from Dnipro in Ukraine, Anastasia Kozhenkova and Katarina Dudchenko. And Anastasia is running towards the finish line now. So Ukraine takes the win. Happy winners of this heat, of the heat number 2 of the women's double. Next one to beach, right at this moment, it's Denmark, and Anna-Karina Schanze, the former German national team member, is sprinting towards the line here to take number 2 for the Danish squad here from Danske Studenters Row Club in Copenhagen. Happy winners, smiling into the camera. That's how we like coastal athletes to be. Safely on the beach again after quite a choppy ride out there. And then who's going to be coming in third? It was then Spain 1 that has been sitting on that third place for a major part of the competition, but let's see how they come towards the beach. Indeed, it's Spain 1 coming close to the beach now, very steady stroke, riding that last wave onto the beach, and then it's going to be a sprint for Teresa Diaz Moreno, I think.
Yeah, that's Teresa Moreno from Mediterráneo de Málaga.
Okay. So again, please do help each other with carrying the boats back, the teams and the boat handlers. So again, it's the first 10 that will go through to the A final. We're looking for another 7 then. Spain taking third place. Next boat to beach is another boat from Spain. And it
should be Spain 4, Club Náutico de Sevilla.
Oh, Spain 3 actually.
Ah, 3.
But right, Club Náutico Sevilla. So, Rocio Lau Sanchez and Ana Navarro. Ana Navarro finishing this with a good sprint. Taking 4th place here. So 2 Spanish boats already in the final.
And we have Italy going a little bit further outside the finishing area, and I think...
Yeah, the crew from Telimar, Elena Joana Armelli and Violante Lama.
And then we have Great Britain 4 also arriving here. So we have a sprint to the final or not?
Yeah, here comes the finish run for Violante Lama of Italy, Telimar Rowing Club. Congratulations for mastering this difficult 4 kilometers course in the heats. This afternoon we already see the first 6 kilometers courses being rowed in the final Bs coming up at 4 p.m. So Great Britain 4 crossing the line, Christchurch Rowing Club, Claire Jemison, Catherine Coleman-Jones. Congratulations for making that A final. And they will row against the United States, the Newport Aquatic Center crew with Hilary Sager and Erin Roberts.
And Ireland 3, Can-Do Rowing Club, it's hitting the beach right now for the 8th position. Lisa Lamont and Sarah Quinn. And we have Lisa Lamont finishing here. Very strong. And then we have another boat arriving also from Great Britain. Should be Great Britain 2.
Yeah, Great Britain 2. As Peter explained, Dolphin, they have made some very good navigational decisions. Louis Florence and Drea Davies. And that might earn them a spot, and it indeed does, a spot in the A final at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. So one more to go. Then we have our set of 10 boats from this heat.
My mate,
very good racing here out on the ocean and so basically the place where the river and the ocean meet.
E estamos então para mais uma competição. A Ucrânia com o clube de remo Dnipro levou a melhor perante este grupo de doubles. Em segundo ficou a Dinamarca com o DSR, Meet Peterson e a Ana Karina Santos. E em terceiro lugar para a embarcação Espanha 1 do Mediterrâneo de Málaga. E o quarto também para a embarcação espanhola do Clube Náutico de Sevilha. Boa posição então para as remadoras espanholas numa bela tarde em que continuamos com a competição aqui na Praia da Torre. Algum vento, alguma ondulação, não é fácil navegar aqui.
Guys.
Beso bien suave en el limón más. Quiero con vino limonoso. Tu cuerpo es un carnaval, yeah. Tus ojos transcendental. Y tu espíritu natural. Me enamora con besos en el final, yeah. De África al tropical. Nuestro amor es transnacional.
Yeah, so we have the team from Portugal.
Ora, aí está então a equipa portuguesa para a grande chegada aqui. Vamos lá dar uma força adicional. A equipa do Infante, a Francisca Marques e a Carla Souza. Grande Carla, assim é que é. Parabéns. A posicionar-se no 10º lugar.
Fantastic for Portugal to make the final here on home waters.
A 10ª posição significa que estamos para a fase seguinte.
Oh, less than 3 minutes to go for the men's solo, heat number 3, the final heat. Belgium, Benjamin Luis.
From Egypt, Arab Contractors, Ali Assam.
Club Náutico Sevilla, Spain 3, Jaime Canalejo Pazos.
And Spain number 6, Club Esportivo Olympic Barcelona con Victor Bermúdez.
Then from France for Cassis, Alain Moreto.
And Great Britain 3, Jersey Rowing Club, Gary Briggs.
Then we have from Great Britain 5, Fishguard and Godwick Jemima Rowing Club, Craig Murley.
And also for Fishguard, Godwick Jemima Rowing Club, Jake Thompson in Great Britain 6.
So Germany 2 being from Berliner Ruder Club, Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz.
And Ireland number 1, Roscoebury Rowing Club, Killen Mannix.
Then we have for Ireland 4, Port McGee Rowing Club, David Hussey.
And Italy number 4, Cantonetieri Ichuza, the Yaroslav Verdis.
From Japan, from Sita Rowing Club, Ago Takumi.
And Monaco, Guillaume Blanc.
Then from the Netherlands, for the Dutch Rowing Federation, Albert Dirk Tibben.
Portugal 4, Caminhense, Hugo Gomes. A embarcação Portugal 6, também do Caminhense, com o Pedro Mocosinho.
From Helsingborg Row Club, a former world champion in this boat class, Peter Berg from Sweden.
Peter Berg from Sweden. The world is before the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, Hamad Al-Motroshi.
And finally, for Ukraine 2 on the starting line for Concord Rowing Club, Andriy Kachanov. So loud and clear, starting signal and the last ball dropping from the mast. The singles are underway and the same goes for Peter and James.
Jaime Canalejo Pazos for the 6th time. He's out in front. He's having a great race here so far. He's really pushing to the front of the field, and It was a rapid start for him, trying to make sure that he was out in front. The Monegascan athlete, where we got Guillaume Blanc from Société Nautique Monaco, pushing for second alongside the Egyptian Ali Hassan from Arab Contractors. He's had a great race here. Great value, Ali Hassan. He's pushing up, trying to contest the front of the field here. He'll want an early rounding in that turning point 1, see if he can get around it cleanly. Not far his stern, we've got Victor Alberto Ferreira Bermudez of the Club Esporte Olympic Barcelona. And then we go back to the Dutchman, where we've got Obeduk Tibben for the Netherlands. And then the Belgian, where we've got Benjamin Luis ahead of Ireland 0-1. Keelan Mannix from Ross Carberry Rowing Club, who's just ahead of, over on the far side, Peter Berg for Sweden. Near side then again, we've got Great Britain 3, Gary Briggs for Jersey Rowing Club. Then Ukraine 2, Andriy Kachanov from Concord. In the field then starting to string out a little bit towards the back of the pack. The Portuguese athlete, where we've got Hugo Gomes from Caminhense, ahead of France, Alain Moreto for Cassis. Then Portugal 6, where we've got Pedro Mocozinho from Caminhense. So we're about halfway towards this first turning point, and it's Spain 6, Bermudez out in front.
Incredibly competitive in these front 6 boats, isn't it? I mean, they're so close together. I think this is the closest we've seen a front 6 where you just couldn't pick who would be able to make this round, this mark rounding the best. At the back there, we had a bit of an entanglement between the UAE and the Japanese entry, but they seem to finally get their blades unlocked and clear and are now giving each other a good bit of space to make sure the same thing doesn't happen again.
So it's all changing around at the front. Spain 3, Jaime Canalejo Pasos for Club Náutico Sevilla. He takes the lead, moving up past Bermudez. Also Spain, the Monegascan going with him. So we've got Guillaume Blanc alongside Bermudez, and then in 4th place, the German athlete, where we've got Linares Ruiz from Berliner Ruder Club. Level then, Obeduk Tibben and the Egyptian, where we've got Ali Hassan. Not much changing then with the follow-up places. Keelan Mannix just ahead of Benjamin Luis for Belgium, and then Peter Berg. A couple of tricky strokes for the Swedish athlete there. So experienced in this coastal rowing. It's only the first 6 to go through, so the danger seat at the moment is Keelan Mannix. He's in 6th place, a length and a half up on the Belgian Benjamin Luis.
Interesting to see again, all going quite wide on this mark. Even though we've got the tide on its way out, all of them seem to be well off to the left, which in some senses is an advantage, because it means that there's not such a tight angle to have to make when they do come to turn the mark, and they can make a nice sweeping angle, sweeping turn, and keep the speed up as they do it. But then again, you know, ending up that far left is just more meters that have been rowed.
So the first one to start to tip the bow towards the buoy is Canalejo Pasos for Spain, making it around first. We've then got the German athlete moving up. Linares Ruiz just cutting off the Monegascan there slightly. Good bit of contact sport. Guillaume Blanc coming off worse for that, so he's a length down now into 3rd place, where we've then got Ferreira Bermudez in 4th. 5th now, Obeduk Tibben. He's backing it down on the inside. Controversial tactic whenever he's bearing down on you. A lot of shouting at each other. Keelan Mannix moves up, and the Egyptian forces Obeduk Tibben to spin round the wrong way. So that's probably what's gone wrong for the Dutchman there. Tricky tactic, deciding to stop on the inside and hold it up on one side of the bow. You probably won't do that again. But then Benjamin Luis now in 5th place. Keelan Mannix moving up to steal it from him, though. A great few strokes from the Irishman sees him move up into 5th, and the Belgian dropped back. Peter Berg's had the door open for him. He's moving up to contest 6th place.
Another little entanglement by the last 2 boats coming around the buoy. They've both obviously been taken by the tide, pushed down to the right of the mark, and then as they've tried to get back up to the correct side of it, at a complete tangle, one facing entirely backwards down the course as they both get swept past the mark.
It's Craig Murley from Fishguard and Goodwick Jemima, who's going to have to turn it back around, along with the UAE athlete Hamid Saeed Al-Matrushi from the Hamria Cultural and Sports Club UAE. We've now got a clean exit, though, for the other 2 British athletes. We've got, starting to pull away now, Gary Briggs from Jersey Rowing Club, along with Jake Thompson from Fishguard and Goodwick Jemima. going to be tricky though. They're likely for a B final here. First 6 to the A final. Fastest 7th place finishers from the heats will also go to the A final. The slower 7th place finishers through to places 13 will go through to the B final, and anybody lower than 13 is eliminated. So tricky stuff here, and the conditions out between boys 1 and 2 getting lumpier and lumpier as the day goes on.
Yeah, they certainly are, and with the smaller boats, including our own, starting to really slam down in some of these bigger waves, you can see how much more power they're having to put in to just keep going at the same speeds. And I think just like previously we saw yesterday afternoon, it will be the bigger boats that have the advantage in that. But with all of them, they're all struggling in a similar way, really. But everybody seems to be maintaining a fairly good line to the mark, actually. We saw a lot of boats end up a long way downwind in the last race, but all of these boats seem quite a long way to the right of the course, which is actually a good thing, I think, in terms of taking the straightest line between the 2 points.
Well, Canalejo Passos, he's forging the best line here as I can see it. He's out in front, 3 lengths up on Linares Ruiz of Germany. Then the Monegascan Guillaume Blanc in 3rd. 4th place is still with the Spaniard Bermudez from Club Esportiu Olympic Barcelona. 5th now, Peter Berg just moving up through Keelan Mannix of Ireland. So Mannix now in 6th and under a bit of pressure because the Belgian athlete over on the far side is only a length astern from him. So that Belgian athlete, Benjamin Luis, is in the danger spot here. 7th place, he would need to be one of the fastest 7th place finishers of the heats to get it into the A final. Ali Hassan for Egypt certainly not left behind. 5 or 6 lengths just behind the Belgian, but taking perhaps the straighter course towards that second turning point.
I just can't believe over 30 seconds ago we had 2 boats pointing completely the wrong way as other boats rode past them. That was quite a sight, and realise how much can be lost again at that first mark, as they, you know, to watch a boat get pivoted 180 degrees by the bow of another boat was quite an impressive moment there, wasn't it?
Well, it's basically a contact sport. What had happened there was that Oberduk Tibben went round the buoy and decided to hold it up on his left-hand oar, which means to dig it in to stop that side of the boat and pull it around on the right-hand side. Everybody else was just putting greater pressure on their outside oar to take the bend. That meant that Ali Hassan for Egypt came up and knocked his stern and continued to row. There's no reason he wouldn't. And that just started to push the stern round of Oberduk Tibben's boat until he was pointing entirely the wrong way. I must say, he wasn't pleased. I'm sure everybody else is glad that we didn't pick up on our microphones anything he was saying, because it was quite an exchange. Now, though, at the front of the field, Canalejo Passos for Spain is really forging a great race here out in front of the German athlete, where we've got Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz for Berliner Ruder Club.
It's going to be really interesting to see here if the German on Germany 2 has the advantage, being the windward boat. And we saw on most of the races where the breeze has picked up this much that the boats up to windward really do make up a front-to-back deficit very, very quickly. And it's hard to tell until probably the last 100 metres. So from this point, I think it's still anybody's game getting to this mark.
Guillaume Blanc still riding in 3rd. Peter Berg has moved up to 4th place, and 5th place is for Spain. Spain 6th, that's still Bermudez of Esportiu Olympics Barcelona. And then we've got Keelan Mannix for Ireland, consistent in his A final position here. And this little pod at the front now starting to pull away from Benjamin Luis of Belgium, the closest contender for a spot into that A final. Behind him then is an enormously spread out field. Ali Hassan closest in 7th place, 8th place, and then either side of him we've got athletes pointing in all sorts of different directions. Back at the front of the field though, we're going to see Canalejo Passos start to arc back in towards that buoy, but I think the straightest course here is going to be from Linares Ruiz of Berliner Ruder Club, who's just taken the most direct line towards that second buoy and could well nip in ahead of Canalejo Passos.
Yeah, I think it's quite possible that he has found the advantage there, and it's going to play out around this buoy, but it's going to be incredibly tight all the same. Incredibly tight as we're seeing now.
So Jaime Canalejo Passos of Club Náutico Sevilla is just going to hold on to that lead, but it's been diminished dramatically by the direct course taken by the German athlete, who's now only 1 length down in second place. And taking that corner now in third place, the Monegascan Guillaume Blanc, ahead of Peter Berg currently in fourth. And then Keelan Mannix has moved up back into fifth place. A nice little tussle for fifth and sixth between Keelan Mannix and Ferreira Bermudez of Barcelona.
Good to see on the smaller boats with this next long across the swell leg how they handle those cross swell conditions. Certainly I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle, and this is where a lot of the technique's going to come in, and quite possible some places will still change. I think up front a few, but very close up front actually in the front two now, but the technique's going to really come into its own as to who handles these cross swell conditions best.
Well, rounding this second buoy, Andriy Kachanov for Ukraine just nips in there ahead of Ali Hassan. They have a bit of a clash, but not enough to cause either of these elite athletes any trouble. Then Benjamin Luis for Belgium. That's the 7, 8 and 9. Ukraine, then Egypt, then Belgium, and then France 3, where we find Alain Moreto from Cassis Aviron Club. The Netherlands, Oberduk Tibben coming in for 10th place at the moment, ahead of Japan's athlete here from the Seta rowing club, Takumi. Portugal next. We got Portugal 4 coming through from Caminhense, Hugo Gomes just behind the Japanese athlete ahead, and then we've got Pedro Mocozinho from Caminhense. And then Great Britain 6, Jake Thompson from Frishgard and Gudik Jemima. And then a string of athletes who've been pushed out by the wind. Tricky stuff to try and come back in towards this second turning point. They've gone perhaps 400 and in some cases nearly 500 meters, not that much, 400 meters away from the direct line between buoys 2 and 3.
I think we're seeing the same thing start to happen on the third leg here as well. The leaders are fairly homed on to where they want to be. I think they've got their bows pointing in the right direction, but certainly in the middle of that pack that's chasing them down, there's some interesting courses that I think some big corrections later on to bring back.
Well, the wind really has picked up here and causing some difficulty for direct course towards turning point 3. The leader's already nearly there, in fact, and that will signal 3/4 of the way around this 4-kilometer course. That battle continued to rage on between Canalejo Passos and the Berliner Ruder Club. We'll find out in short order which one of the turning point 3 first. Tricky few strokes here. No trouble though for some of these elite athletes. They're just missing a few strokes. I'm sure making their hearts beat that little bit quicker, aside from this being an endurance. The length of it.
Yeah, same spot everywhere. In every race we lose the connection at this point, but it's no doubt about the leaders here, the fight between the Spanish scholar from Spain 3. Jaime Canalejo Passos for Sevilla, and he's fighting it out with Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz from Berliner Ruder Club. Well, he was a world champion, if I remember correctly, at the Lima edition of the World Rowing Coastal Championships. By the way, this is the 13th edition already of this very young sport, coastal rowing young sport in the World Rowing family. So a great tradition already has been built, and we can see that by the number, judging by the number of athletes that have actually entered this competition here for the 2021 World Rowing Championships. A great community, a lot of interaction, a lot of talks between the athletes. It's really, really great to see the mood in the boat park area, where everyone helps together, getting the boats ready. Yeah, so slight advantage still for Spain 3 there, for Canalejo Passos, ahead of the German scholar, if you would call him that, Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz.
E estas são então as imagens que temos aqui no nosso ecrã da competição que está lá no meio, este item número 3 da competição do skiff masculino, onde temos as embarcações representa a Portugal a embarcação número 4 do aliás, duas embarcações do Caminhense, uma com o Gomes e outra com o Pedro Mocosinho. Damos um pouco a passagem para podermos ver como é que a liderança deste está. À altura em que temos também imagens aqui no nosso ecrã de todas as pessoas que estão a assistir. Temos então um bom grupo. Go Netherlands! Do we have Netherlands on side or not? So are you pushing for your team or not? Are you guys going good? Oh, that's nice. Nice to see your face and happy smile over there. It's because of the sun, correct?
We also have the Irish down there. Quite a big group of Irish, I think. Good on
Oh,
you
the
guys.
Irish team is very strong also.
Right, so turning points coming up.
Yep.
It looks good still for Spain. For Jaime Canalejo Pasos for Club Náutico Sevilla, doing a great job out there. Already making his way round the fort, the beautiful fortress here. I don't know if it's still part of the Ministry of Defense. Definitely they have not put the newest cannons on top of the walls here.
Yeah. Should we ask if we have any Spanish on site? Que tenemos españoles aquí porque tenemos el club de España, el Náutico de Sevilla y Olímpico de Barcelona, que están muy fuertes ahí en la competición. ¿Que tenemos españoles o no?
Sí.
Hombre, ¿qué pasa? Oh, no, que quiero más, que tenemos España o no.
So some Spanish supporters on the beach, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're
and
not
supporting
Spanish.
their competitor, their countryman for Club Náutico Sevilla still. Let's try and catch up with James and Peter here coming around the fort.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, the leaders now, still Jaime Canalejo Pasos for Club Náutico Sevilla, still out in front. A great race from him here, fending off the challenge that we saw from Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz of Berliner Ruder Club. Germany 2, and then they've got an ocean of clear water back. I mean, an uncountable number of boat lengths, so I'm going to put it at 100 meters or so back to their closest contender still, the Monegascan, where we've got Guillaume Blanc for Société Nautique Monaco, leading the way around buoy number 6, though. Jaime Canalejo Pasos, a great race from him, start to finish. Not the fastest to turning point 1, but clean round the bend and a clean race ever since.
It's got windier and windier out here, and the chops got bigger and bigger. The deficits between those that handle these sort of conditions and have the most experience in them the most really starts to show through, and that round that second turning point there wasn't anywhere near the sort of gap there is now, and those that are most experienced in these conditions and know how to handle them the best will really been able to eke out all the leads possible.
Guillaume Blanc for Société Nautique Monaco, now approaching turning point 6. Peter Berg holding in 4th place, not by much though. Keelan Mannix right alongside him, so that's the tough line between 4th and 5th at the moment, but should both be good for an A final position after this race. 6th place currently is held by Bermudez of Club Esportiu Olympic Barcelona, but coming under some pressure as we come into these closing stages. The Ukrainian Andrei Kashanov of Concord in the danger zone in 7th place. Keelan Mannix, though, right alongside Peter Berg as they make their way into the last 500 meters of this 4K race. We'll see whether Mannix can manage to move past Berg. He's looking at him like that's the intention.
Pretty impressive backdrop here as they finish this penultimate leg with a probably 200 or 300 meter cargo ship coming in, and just showing what a varied place this is. That we've got coastal rowing going on, as well as 300 meter ships probably coming from the other side of the world in the ocean in past it. It does make for spectacular viewing.
Spectacular contrast in boat size as well. We've got Andrei Kashanov in 7th place, and then passing turning point 6 now, Benjamin Louise of Belgium ahead of Ali Hassan for Egypt, then Alain Moreto for Cassis Aviron Club France.
While it's easy to think at this point that the positions with a few boat lengths between everybody are pretty much set, we have seen a couple of errors even at this mark, haven't we, where people have gone the wrong side. So it's not over until it's over, even this close to the finish, I don't think.
Couldn't agree with you more. Now there's a tightly packed group coming in here. Most likely B finalists. It's the first 13 who get another race. 7 through 13 will go to the B final. The remainder will be eliminated. But it looks as though Obaduk Tibbins coming in next for the Netherlands to secure himself a spot in the B final, along with Ago Takumi of Seta Rowing Club, Japan. Now the leaders, I'm sure, coming inside of the beach. How's it looking, Sebastian?
Well, absolutely fantastic. A good row for the Spanish sculler from Club Náutico Sevilla, Jaime Canalejo Pasos, making his way towards the beach, just like 10 strokes to go, trying to catch that last wave, followed by the Peruvian Eduardo Gabriel Linares Ruiz for Germany 2 from Berliner Ruder Club. So these two will secure their spot in the A final quite safely, unchallenged, I would say, coming towards the beach here. And it's indeed Canalejo Pasos for Spain 3, making a very clean exit again. And I'm sure the Spanish fans here on the beach will be delighted and support him on this last sprint. No penalties, fortunately, awarded in this race. So straight line for Canalejo to the finish line. And you can tell from his exhaustion how demanding this course was to race on. Multiple turning points to be navigated around safely, and here is indeed with the German national team, Uni Linares Ruiz for Germany 2 from Berliner Ruder Club, taking second place, securing his spot in the medal final. Medal final tomorrow afternoon, 3:45, and here comes Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco! Aí está então, Monaco a chegar para o final. Très bien, Monaco.
Guillaume Blanc for Monaco, one of the traditional clubs, Société Nautique Monaco, one of the that do coastal rowing quite a bit.
And we have a run for the beach. Ireland won.
Here we see a sprint to the line. Ireland taking fourth place here, ahead of Berg for Sweden. Kachanov for Ukraine, securing his spot in the final. So these are the first 6.
Ukraine, you got the 6 over there, and then Spain 6. And we move to Club Sportivo Olímpico de Barcelona for the 7th position. And there's the Belgium coming. Oh, clap your hands for the Belgian Benjamin Lewis.
Good sprint from Benjamin Lewis for Belgium. That must be the Liège Rowing Club here.
And now
Okay,
Egypt,
so that is right.
Ali Assam for the 9th position. In for 10, it's going to be France.
Alain Moretto for Cassis in safely on the beach and in the across the finish line.
Yeah, a little bit harder. Closing up the 10th that we've got here.
So more boats coming in onto the shore now. The Netherlands 3, the Netherlands 3. That is Aberdirk Tibben for the Dutch Rowing Federation. Yeah, come on. All the athletes, they have our utmost respect, so greet them with a big round of applause as they come in towards the finish line.
And Japan should be the next one. Oh, there he goes. Takumi Ago, Seta Rowing Club from Japan. Altura em que o português do Caminhense. Marcação Portugal 4. Aí está o nosso Hugo Gomes. Chegar para a 13ª posição.
So Ago Takumi, I had the pleasure of visiting Seta Rowing Club this year. What a nice little but very competitive rowing club that is near Kyoto in Japan.
aí vem a próxima embarcação de Portugal, Portugal 6, também do Caminhense com o Pedro Mocosinho. Vamos lá, público, vamos lá para lá ler os nossos portugueses então. Com este sol, com esta alegria, vamos lá, grande Predo, assim é que é.
Oh, this music played by our DJ Andre indicates the next set of crews about to be underway. So, second heat of the men's quadruple scull is about to start. And so we have the Czech Rowing Association.
And Club Náutico de Sevilla with Spain #1.
Finland with Takon Sutajat and Niste Rowing Clubs.
And France 3, Cassis.
Great Britain 1, Christchurch, Exmouth and City of Bristol Rowing Clubs.
And Great Britain 3, Tyrant Club.
Then Great Britain 5, Runcorn Rowing Club.
And Great Britain 7, and again, Tyrant Club.
Great Britain 9, the Guernsey Rowing Club.
And the German Huden Club, Almanian Bond 1866.
Greece, the Nautical Club of Thessaloniki.
And from Budapest, Evsos Egyptsolet, Hungary.
Ireland 2, Passage West Rowing Club.
And Ireland 5, Shandon Portmaggie.
And then from Italy 3, Murcarolo.
And Japan, Swift Racing Japan. Portugal, a de Portugal Académica. A embarcação Portugal 5 do Cerveira, a embarcação Portugal 8 da Associação Naval de Lisboa.
And finally for Ukraine from Dnipro Rowing Clubs. So 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now towards the start of the Quadruple Sculls men's heat number 2.
Amanhã.
Less than 1 minute to go to the start of the men's Quadruple Sculls here, the coastal version, and the crews are very tight together. You don't want to be across the starting line before the signal, so play it safe, guys. Still a few crews coming in here from the men's solo. Great Britain with a good final sprint. So last ball falling from the mast, and then the hooter sounds and off we go. Quite a bit of tangle there. So Peter and James, what do you make of this start?
Well, it's a good start across the board, a couple of clashes, but no boat stoppers, so no absolute entanglement. But I'm going to caveat with that with a big yet.
So it
because
seems
when
to
it
be
comes
a
to
false or faulty start, I don't know yet. It
we
seems
seem
they
to
want
have
to
the
stop the
buzzer
race.
going. Tricky one. Here comes the umpire with a red flag. It's an all stop, so we'll be resetting back to the starting line here. A number of the boats out in front won't have noticed. So the sirens are blaring, and those that are a little bit closer are realizing that the trailing crews have stopped rowing. important that everybody stops, so the coxswains should be paying close attention so that we don't have any clashes as the leading boats stop rowing. Some slightly less observant boats there in the middle think that they're making headway, but I'm sure they'll be back in to the shore for a restart in quick order. We've got a big lineup here though. We've got some really big names. The Ukrainian Dnipro crew, Ivan Dobgodko, Alexander Nadtuka, Dmitry Mikhai, Maxim Boloshenko and Mikola Tantserev. A big Ukrainian combination there. They're world famous for their sculling prowess, so a lot of people are going to be looking fast at them to see how they get on today. Jakub Podrazil, Jan Chinchibuk, Jan Potuchek, Jan Fleischner and Monika Pelgerova for the Czech Republic Rowing Association. That is another big boat to watch. We've also got the Finns, Juha-Pekka Pataniemi, Jolna Karanen, Jukka-Pekka Kauppi and Villa-Pekka Makelai, and of course Sajia Pakanen, an important Finnish boat to keep our eyes on. There really are some world-class athletes taking part in this event for the men's Coxed quads. A number of Great Britain boats racing here as well, of course. UL Tyrian Club, Runcorn Rowing Club. There's 2 UL Tyrian clubs here in this race. Guernsey Rowing Club as well. And being the men's quad, the progression system here is that it's the first 10 go through to the A final. So it's a big field, 20 boats racing it out for 10 places. So they need to be in the top half, otherwise they'll be eliminated. So, or go to the B final in fact. So it's the trailing 10 that go to the B final. No eliminations from this race, thank goodness. So everybody gets another race. It's just a question of whether they'll be in the medal final or racing for places 21 through 40 in the rankings.
Considering how many boats were lined up on the start line there, people are going to be intrigued to see if they can pull it off again without too many boat stopping entanglements, because actually, while there was a bit of conflict and obviously overall it turned out to not be a great start, nobody really got too held up, did they? And that wasn't what we were predicting, looking at how close the boats were bunched at the 3 and 2 minute mark before, really.
That's the thing. Well, let's have a chat with our commentator up in the tower. Sebastian, we're having a great day here, but what did you make of that start? Any news for us on the cause of that restart? He's having a chat with an umpire, so we'll find out shortly the reason for that restart, because it's tricky stuff getting all of these boats back into alignment here on the starting line. It takes them a few moments following the previous race to get everybody set. Everybody's trying to row in directly to their starting position, so they'll all be spinning around on the start line, jostling around for position, trying to get to where they were, or try and find a little bit more space than they might have had from that first start.
Let me just quickly step in here. So we restart the starting procedure, and all the crews now again behind the starting line. There was a mass false start, but no, because it was a mass false start, there are no individual penalties awarded. So everything set back to 0, if you will, and we're going to see that start very soon.
A mass false start, crikey. Well, it just shows how difficult it is to get these boats when you've got 5 athletes in each boat, 20 boats, 100 people contending for 10 places or 10 boats places into the A final. It's a lot of tension, a lot of enthusiasm, and a lot of people just trying to get that edge out of the start to try and get that first buoy round clean. So we're sitting exactly on the start line here. We can see that there's some boats entirely still on the wrong side of the course. So on the wrong side of the start line, the 3 Red Bulls have been raised on the mast on the beach, so we know that there's at least 3 minutes before we get restarted with this heat for the men's Coxed quads. Quite some klaxon that goes off here on the beach, but as we've just seen, it is quite difficult, particularly when the wind's blowing, to make sure things can be heard clearly when the boats are underway. There is quite a lot of noise generated by these boats. It's not always clear when you're either watching from home or on the bank just how noisy they can be when you've got 8 blades clicking in the oarlocks and in the gates. It does generate a lot of noise, a lot of athletes sliding up and down, and of course the screaming and shouting from the coxswains trying to give instruction on what these athletes should be doing to set themselves up for the fastest possible start. So we need loud klaxons like that to make sure that communication and messaging is effective across this large fleet of 20 boats and 100 athletes. The aligners, the umpires just using their binoculars, straight line across between the two yellow cigarette-shaped buoys to make sure that not a single inch of a bow is pointing or holding across that line. So there's a few there that will be given some stiff words to make sure they edge back slightly. Slightly easier to go backwards in the quads than the solos because their sterns, being an inch or two above the surface of the water, don't quite scoop in the water in the same way that a solo does. Still a couple of bows over that start line. That would be well within his rights to start the race, and they would be getting themselves a penalty. There's one ball still hanging up on the mast. So in a moment, I'm sure we will see that drop and the klaxon go. There's still a bow ball or two ahead. Still a bow two. There's several bows ahead. That could well be another false start. I just heard it again. We're going to see whether there's a red flag on the beach. Is that an umpire's flag? I don't see any other umpires shouting out about that. We might hear of a few penalties. We'll wait and see. But if not, we are underway with this heat for the men's Coxed quads, and no clashing or no harsh clashing as far as I can tell at the moment. Pushing out for an early lead, the Ukrainians, a big combination from Dnipro, Ivandov Godko, Alexander Nadtuka, Dmitry Mikhail, Maxim Boloshenkov and Mikola Tatserev, already a length up ahead of Ireland 05. Great start for Ireland. Let's see who it is. Shandon and Port McGee, that's Ronan Byrne, David Hussey, Alex Byrne, Stephen O'Sullivan and Kieran Brady. They really did have a start of their lives there. They're level with the Ukrainians, half length up on Portugal 8.
It'll be really interesting with the bigger, heavier boats that are handling these initial choppy conditions well. But again, more tide running. Every hour that passes, we've got more and more water coming out of this river and pushing down right across this bit of the course. So the proof will be as to whether everybody's anticipated that well enough when we get to this mark, and whether we're going to end up with a big convergence. And if we do end up with that big convergence, I think we'll probably see a few conflicts and more than a couple of cross blades for sure.
Well, here we go. It's some of the boats I called out earlier. Club Nautica Sevilla, but out in front, Ukraine leading. And then we've got the Ireland boat, Shandon and Port McGee second. Third place is the Club Nautica Sevilla boat, ahead of the Czech Republic crew. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Level then for fifth, we've got Italy 3. They're just holding out. That's Mucarolo just ahead of Greece 01, which is the Greek combination here from the Nautical Club of Thessaloniki. Not too far behind Finland. Finland making their way up the running order here from the Takon Sutajet Club Finland. Field starting to spread out a bit. Ukraine still out in front, and Czech Republic making their way up past Club Nautico Sevilla.
The fleet spreading out a bit, but in the middle, everybody's quite compacted. I'm impressed actually, they're all finding enough space to keep their blades in the water and nobody's had to drop back. I think I've seen one or two just have to pause and slow a stroke to give the boats either side of them enough space to pull clear. Because while nobody wants to drop back, what would lose them more time is to have a clash that means that they'll have to stop rowing completely and untangle themselves. And everybody seems to be managing that very well in what is looking like less and less space between all the boats across the middle of the fleet.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about them all converging in now here. I can see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boats all within one boat length, and they'll be converging in onto this single buoy. And let's hope Ukraine get around that cleanly, otherwise they'll hold everyone up. Ukraine just make it round, then the Czech Republic turn in. We've got Ireland and Spain, a bit of a clash. David Hussey, the experienced coxswain in the coxswain seat. He's an experienced coastal rower in the coxswain seat, trying to keep them away from the Club Nautico Sevilla. They're getting a bit tangled here, blades being pulled in on the Irish boat. They're only rowing on one side, and then it's carnage behind them. Now clean out, we've got Ireland and Spain cleanly out. We've then got the Italy 3 boat, Finland 1, Greece 1, Hungary, then Great Britain have made a clean rounding. It's the GB3, one of the UL Tyrian club boats that have gotten tangled up with Japan, now breaking free from that. So I don't know about you, James, but that was only a couple of clashes there, significantly less carnage than I anticipated. So that's good news for not only these athletes, but I'm sure the boat makers will be breathing a sigh of relief as they hear that that wasn't quite as savage as some of the previous rounds we've seen in the men's quads.
No, it was certainly a lot less dramatic than it could have been, and I think a lot less dramatic than I thought it was going to be. A few of the boats got tangled up, but ended up with enough space either side of them for everybody else to thread through. I think the Great British 7 entry actually made up maybe 3 or 4 boat lengths in that, and I thought they were going to get pushed right outside the mark there. But luckily, the 2 boats to the left of them got tangled, stopped, and they just managed to sneak through the gap. And I think that, as it shows, some people really win out of these stoppages, and some people really lose. But what it's ended up with, without a big stop, is that we've still got a really competitive middle of the fleet, and all the boats, there's a lot of positions up for grabs here, and it's not spread out that much at all.
Well, Ukraine still out in front, Czech Republic gone with them, a clean entry and exit for them. We then had the Port McGee and Shandon combination getting through cleanly, so they'll be pleased with that performance. Not too much of an entanglement for them, and we're then going to just count back from the front because all the positions chopping and changing all over the place. 10th place at the moment is Great Britain 7, not by much though. They're doing their best to move through Portugal 2. So Great Britain 7, that's where we've got UL Tyrian Club alongside Portugal 2 from Academica, both level for 10th place as it stands right now. 2 lengths astern from them, we've got Great Britain 3, one of the other UL Tyrian Club boats level with Portugal 8. So it's a UL Tyrian Club versus Portugal. 2 racers out there at the moment, currently between 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th. So we're going to see who's going to make the best of these 2 little tussles, because this is the dividing line between an A final place and the B final. Currently in 9th place, Portugal starting to pull ahead. The Academica Club for Portugal pulling out ahead of Tyrian. That's the GBR 7 Tyrian boat. So Tyrian now in 10th place, a length down on 9th place Academica. 11th place then, the other Tyrian boat moving up ahead of Portugal 8, which is the association, the Lisbon Naval Association. So they're dropping back into 12th place, half a length down, as these bows really are starting to bounce here as the swell's growing just offshore of the Carcavelos beach.
Really difficult conditions to be rowing into. I think this swell and sea state's turned into something very, very messy, which means there's not really any form to it at all. It's interesting to see how some of the bows are riding up and big crashes down. Some are just cutting their way through with a lot less spray, and I think they're slowing the boat down less. But there doesn't really seem to be a significant advantage to either shape. But it's what we thought would happen, is that in the shorter sea state, the quads do look more impressive cutting through it, that's for sure.
They do. UL Tyrian GB03 now just 2 lengths behind their friends from UL Tyrian in the GBR 7 boat. So they could bridge that gap, and it could then be a battle between the 2 Tyrian Club boats here for 10th place and A final positions. We like seeing battles like that though, because as they push each other, they could start moving through the field, but it's going to be hard work, because the Portugal 2 boat here, they look so powerful. Academica, we've got a combination of Tiago, Susano, Francisco, Batista, and a powerful lineup in that Portuguese squad, trying to see if they can maintain what they've got at the moment, which is about half a length on the Tyrian GBR 7 boat. That's the danger zone, just 10 crews going through to that A final.
I think looking at the 4th, 7th and 8th place, there's a lot of potential for it to be exciting at turning point 2, just as it was at turning point 1. Everybody seems right on course for it. There's not a lot of side-to-side separation. They're all just in a bit of a line making their way for it, but very, very little distance between a lot of these boats. So I think there could well be some close moments as we're about to go around this next turning mark.
Currently in 8th place, Hungary, the Budapest boat here, where we've got Bendeguz, Petavari, Molnar in their lineup, the well-known international single scullers where we usually find them, but he's joined here by Samson Nemeth, Mark Muller, Fiora Rosmaring and Mate Osva, and they're holding that length of clear water up against this continued pressure from the Academica boat of Portugal and Tyrion's GBR7 boat trying to move through and secure that 10th place. Now, the leading boats are around turning point 3. No real challenge and not much of a change in the positioning. Ukraine still leading, Czech Republic second. Then we've got Spain 1, which is the Club Nautica Sevilla. We've got Italy 3, 5. They've dropped back into 5th place. Greece 1 next, and then Great Britain 1. So Ireland having a bit of a clash here. They're trying to move over. I think David Hussey trying to take them on a more direct route to that 3rd buoy, not be dragged off course following the others. Finland then behind Great Britain 7th. So quite a lot of changing here. Great Britain 7, the Tyrian Club have moved up on Hungary. They're half a length down on them. That's also opened the door for Tyrian, Great Britain 03 to move up past Portugal 2.
E estamos então neste momento já do lado lá do Forte de São Julião, com uma luta mais dedicada entre a ANL e a embarcação da Inglaterra número 3, a Tyrian Club, a lutar pelo 12º, e a embarcação da Académica com a outra embarcação do Tyrian Club da Inglaterra a lutar pelo 10º lugar na posição de entrar para a próxima ronda ou não.
So again, not a stable connection there. Always on the same point. Nothing we can do about that. It's probably the Minister of Defense himself who throws in some frequencies. Yeah, so here are great volunteers on the beach helping getting the boats out. So we're getting our great cameraman here over to you. So if you see a camera, there's nothing better to do than wave and shout and whatever. Yeah, exactly. There's several cameras around here. So here we are with Ukraine 1 and Peter and James. What's the situation with the rest of the crews at the moment?
Well, they're coming up towards turning point 3. Ukraine still out in front of the Czech Republic boat, and a bit of chopping changing in the middle of the leading 10, but it's still the same dividing line. We have the Academica Portugal Club in 9th place, UL Tyrion's GBR7 boat in 10th, and the dividing line still remains where UL Tyrion 3 are trying their best to move up from 11th place. It's going to be a tough one to do though, but they're moving down the most challenging section of the course, we believe, where they're really heading into that cross-headwind towards the Carcavelos beach.
Headwind making life uncomfortable, and then the swell coming across them, making the technique really, really hard to get right. But again, with the Coxed at the back being able to give them that navigational edge and make sure that it's much, much more likely to be heading in the right direction the whole time. It means that every stroke really counts and no energy is wasted and going the wrong way. And I think that's why we see such a narrow spread on the quads. They're not spread out hundreds of meters left to right whatsoever. They're all right on target.
Well, the leading crews already around turning point 3. Ukraine still in front of the Czech Republic, and it's been a great race from them thus far. Smaller positions remain unchanged between them and 10th place UL Tyrian Club, who are still having that little tussle. No other clashes along this route as far as we can see. So it's going to be all about the push in then as they move up towards, the leaders move up towards turning point 4, and then they'll run in from there, less than 1,000 meters from that point in to the beach, and they'll run at the beach to secure the win in this heat and their places through to the A final. We're in the penultimate heat now, of course, of the World Rowing Coastal Championships. Mostly finals still to come, A and B finals. We've got the first finals today. In fact, we'll be looking forward to the 3 B finals that we can enjoy from 4 o'clock onwards this afternoon. Leaders now rounding the fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras, and it's still Ukraine out in front. Such a powerful combination here. Ivan Dovodko, Alexander Nadzuka, Dmitry Mikhai, Maxim Boklashenko and Mykola Tatserev. No sign of slowing here whatsoever.
So good to see these bigger boats running downwind now. We've probably got a good metre of swell, especially in this corner, out of the tide, out of the worst of the winds. It's just the longer, more rolling swell for these last few marks. And with the longer, more powerful boats, they're really able to come off the top of these and essentially, not quite surf, but certainly ride the back sloping edge of them, and it's giving them all an extra bit of speed, and you can really see that power coming out on the water and how fast they're moving.
Well, Ukraine are just 30 strokes a minute cruise pace here as they come up towards turning point 6. Czech Republic 36 strokes a minute, so still pumping out the rhythm there in that Czech boat, just as you'd expect to see from such an experienced combination. Jakub Podrazil, Jan Chinchibuk having rowed together for years. And then we've got the Club Nautico Sevilla boat here, currently in 3rd place. Great performance from them. Gutierrez Garcia, Beral, Diaz Ramos, Gutierrez Garcia and Cano Varela. 4th place. Then we've got coming into sight the Greek boat. We've seen them doing very well so far from the Nautical Club of Thessaloniki. 5th is with the Italians from Muccarolo. 6th, the Finnish combination with a number of well-known world-class athletes, including Juha-Pekka Pataniemi and Jolnau Karinen. Ireland in next, Portmagee and Shandon. So that's 6th place for Ireland, and then 7th place Great Britain 1, where we've got Christchurch, Exmouth and City of Bristol composite crew. 8th then Hungary 1. The Budapest club here ahead of Tyrion's GBR 03 in 9th. 10th then is Portugal 02, the Academica boat, which has been consistently just ticking it over 9th and 10th, securing places through to that A final. That means that the UL Tyrion GBR 7 boat looks to be in that danger seat, currently riding in 11th.
It's quite exciting to see how fast the pace is as they make their way across these marks, especially this one, the 6th turning point. It's not so much of a turn, just a gentle dogleg back down to the final mark, and you really get a sense of how fast the boats are going as they move past. They flash past them, but it does mean that if there's any errors here, they happen really, really quickly.
High risk stuff. You don't want to be making an error in the last closing stages, but there is quite a little condensed pack coming up towards turning point 7. But out in front, we have the Ukrainians leading the way in. So how's it looking, Sebastian?
Well, there's quite a decent crowd here at the finish line assembled to cheer on the athletes, get out the boats quickly and everything like that. The Dnipro Rowing Clubs is in the lead. Ivan Dovgotko, Alexander Nadzuka, Dmitry Mikhai, Maxim Boklashenko and Mykola Tatserev. They've got a few strokes to go until they hit the beach here. And the bowman will jump out, as we've seen it before, carrying the transponder across the line, clocking in the time into our timing system. So here comes good clean jump, and here comes our little army of helpers and crews. Please do give everyone a hand to carry the boat out. Here we are, Ukraine taking the win in this heat number 2 of the men's quadruple scull. Oh, a very fast run here from Jan Fleissner of the Czech Republic, international athlete in flat water rowing and now also in coastal rowing. Third one to come up to the beach is Spain. So Club Nautico Sevilla, and it's Alfonso Beral crossing the line, taking the 3rd place here for Spain. Fair congratulations amongst athletes competing hard on the water, but fair and polite off the water. And this is what a situation we have. We haven't had this before. 4 fours coming in one boat length onto the beach, and it's going to be really tricky, guys. Everyone give a hand here to the boat helpers to get the boats out. It's Greece coming in 4th position. Then it's Bradley for Ireland in 5th, and then we have Italy 3 in 6th position, very good, and Finland in 7th. So the first 10 will go through to the A final. This means that Great Britain 1 also joins the race for the medals. That's the crew from Christchurch, Exmouth, and City of Bristol. Another sprint here from Hungary to the line, catching place number 9. And here comes the final contender, and it's Portugal. The 10th ranked crew.
10ª posição, a equipa da embarcação de Portugal 2 a chegar-se bem, a Académica, que esteve bem lá na frente a conseguir marcar a sua posição, que andou ali taco a taco com a equipa britânica do Tyrian Club. Portanto, também a equipa da Associação Naval de Lisboa também andou lá a lutar pela 12ª posição lá no meio.
Very quick work again from the remaining 3 crew members and the helpers to get the boats from the finished place.
Ora, aí está a Associação Naval neste último esforço para se juntar à 13ª posição. Ele que andou a lutar bem lá com a equipa de Inglaterra número 7 e chega também o japonês.
So we see the crew from Japan across the finish line from Swift Racing Japan. Germany 2 in 15th.
I never took you for a one-night stand, and I was hoping to see you again. Yeah, maybe.
So great cheers here for a good final sprint on the beach for Great Britain 9, for Ireland 2, and for France 3.
If you wanna go, just
that
let
came
me.
in now. Cassis for France 3, and then we had Ireland 2, that is Passage West Rowing Club, and then it was Portugal 5, Oeiras, who came in 19th position. 1 crew still out on the water. So very soon we'll see the start of the last heat of these 2021 World Rowing Championships, the World Rowing Coastal Championships. And it's the last heat of the mixed double sculls, heat number 3, very soon.
A próxima partida será com o misto dos das duplas Double Skull a partir às 3 da tarde.
I always seem to lose control. Yeah, I lose control. I guess I never should have let you in so close to my body. I should have known, just because you spent the night doesn't mean you want me. I should have known not to let my guard down so damn fast before even knowing where we really at. Guess I never should have let you in so close to my body, my body, my body.
So third heat of the mixed double scull, Canada, Opie Oldham, Sarah Pigeon are in the race.
Spain number 2, Mediterráneo de Málaga.
And
Spain number 5, Real Círculo de Labradores Sevilla.
from Finland, from SMARK, Lee Vassel, Tila Maria Rautola.
France 3, Chambéry. France 7, Lac Bleu.
Then we have Great Britain 1, Carmarthen Rowing Club with Thomas Brain and Swin Williams.
And Great Britain 4, London Rowing Club.
Then Germany 3, Alemannia with Sharma and Salvicek.
And Hungary 2, Magyar Teszuskova Bore Budapest.
Then Ireland 4, Devin and Darius Jennings.
Italy 1, Canottieri Padova.
So Aisha Rocek and Simone Martini.
And Tunisia, ISL.
Then we have Monaco, Quentin Antonielli and Gaia Chiavini. So we will also want to mention Tunisia and also Ukraine 3 in the race, Igor Kmara and Victoria Kmara. Here we are with the start for the last heat of all heats during the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. It's the mixed double sculls, and with them are James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon.
Question. Well, getting off to a great start for France, Chambéry, Club Nautique, Vincent Cavard and Elise Communal. France 3, they're out in front already, but we're going to catch up with the leaders to see how they're getting on. A great start as well from Lac Bleu Aviron, Edwige Alfred, Ludovic Dubuis on the fourth side of the course. They're going to struggle to get around a couple of the boats that are right alongside them here because it's a little bit condensed. It's the Hungarian combination here where we find Esther Kramer and Gergely Zas. France still out in front, the Chambéry boat leading now by only a matter of inches because the Monegascans from Société Nautique Monaco, Quentin Antonielli and Gala Umbra Chiavini are level with them. And then we've got level for third place, the Canadians, Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon. A great start from them. Ukraine alongside them, Igor Kmara and Victoria Kmara. And then Spain 5, where we've got the Real Circulo de Labradores de Sevilla, Esther Briz Zamarino and Ander Martin. So a tightly packed field, but the Monegascans now pushing out to the front. Quentin Antonielli, who we so frequently see racing in the single on flat water, he's had a great start here, joining up with Gala Umbra Chiavini. They've got a length up on France already.
I can't wait to see what happens at this first mark. Now the tide's really running. These smaller boats are out here in it. They're all handling the chop really, really well. Again, the lighter holes and probably just the length of them perfectly tuned in with the sort of conditions we got out here. But just seeing how many of them end up almost on the wrong side and have to cut back in towards the fleet. I think just like we saw with the quads before, it's just going to get more and more exciting through the day with this.
Well, the field's starting to spread out a little bit. We can see that the Monegascans have taken a new course, pushing their way slightly more towards the suspension bridge of Lisbon that we see out in the distance. I think they're trying to prepare themselves for the current that they'll be dealing with, or just trying to set themselves up to go wide around the bend and avoid any clashes. Now, pretty much dead level for second place. We find ourselves with Chambéry, Spain 5, where we've got the Real Circulo de Labradores de Sevilla alongside the Italians, Canaceri Padova, where we've got Aisha Rocek and Simone Martini. And of course the Canadians, Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon. Those four boats just separated by half a length, trailing behind the Monegascans.
Monegascans could have picked a really nice line in towards this. They're essentially running their own race. They've got space, and I think they've got the boat lengths ahead to make the extra distance work for them. They're not going to have to make too tight a turn, and they're definitely not going to risk getting caught up in what could potentially be another melee at this mark.
Well, we're starting to see these three boats converge. Chambéry, we've got the Labradores de Sevilla boat alongside the Italians, where we've got for Italy the Canaceri Padova. These three boats are going to all pinch into that tiny point around the buoy. Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon getting into that point as well. They might have turned in a little bit early, and we can see that the Spaniards have gone the wrong side of the buoy. They're trying to force their way back round, but it's an all-stop for the Spanish. The Italians have gone the wrong way as well, so they're having to push their way back round. There's about 5 or 6 boats now all try to squeeze around. It's a disaster for Spain. They've been completely held up. France are looking like they might even tip in. They do. We've got people in the water. That's a disaster for France 03. Chambéry in the water. We'll hope to see them safe. The Spaniards trying to row through them. They might want to stop that because it could be a challenge for them to get away from this capsized boat. Both heads above water holding onto the hull, so they're safe and well. The other boats now making their way away from the turning point, and we see the French expertly done righting their boat. Let's see if they can get back in and complete the race. There is still a B final position in it for them if they can get back in and complete the race. Challenging stuff though for them. Good to see them safe and well though, getting back into their boat. Very difficult stuff in these coastal conditions. Everybody else making it round though. Spain now at the back of the pack, having been contending for first and second. The Italians just having to have a look at where they're heading. They crash into the recently righted French. Spain now moving back through. Ander Martin, Estabris, Zamorano are back underway. Tunisia caught on the turning point. So these conditions really spelling for some challenging racing.
Just that last 100 meters and it all changes, doesn't it? That was the definition of spectacular, I think, and dramatic. I think everybody picked their course, and then they get into the deeper water, get picked up by the tide, and everything changes, and they're not just able to make the corrections they need to in time. And we've suddenly got so many people coming in almost 180 degrees, rowing a reciprocal course about what they need to be doing back into the mark, and then it just gets more and more dramatic from there as they all collide. Really good to see everybody safe after that collision, and I think there was the potential for some breakages, and hopefully nobody did break anything.
Yeah, delighted to see the French, the Chambéry combination, able to right their boat. That just shows the technical proficiency from those athletes as they get underway. We're getting thrown about here quite a lot, trying to catch up with the leaders now just to see how they've fared, having gotten around the first turning point. The swell really building here. We're getting absolutely clattered all over the place in our little 5-meter Zodiac, tracking all of the leaders now. Washed down by the camera boat as well. So it's all go here out on the sea alongside Oeiras, Portugal. Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon currently riding in second for Canada, tracking ahead of Ukraine in third. Fourth place, Spain 0-2. But out in front is the Monegascans. They had that early start. They avoided all of that challenging clashing around turning point 1. Quintin Antonielli, such an experienced and strong athlete leading the charge here as this flotilla of mixed doubles makes their way towards turning point 2. The Canadians trying to secure second place alongside Ukraine.
Yeah, these conditions are really building. We've got some quite impressive chop going on here. We've got bows of the boats going almost a meter in the air before crashing back down. They're just pivoting off the top of these crests of the wave and then slamming back down again. Really, really hard conditions for the athletes, particularly to keep the bows pointing in the right direction when half the boat's out of the water. Any discrepancy between the power between the blades then left or right will just spin the boat as only half of it's in the water. It makes such a difference. So again, those with the best technique are really going to come out of this well, I think.
And that looks like just what the Monegascans are doing here. I think they'll be taking great pleasure at the fact that they've found a rhythm. They're slotted into the challenging swell conditions and are just getting the boat speed that they want from it as well. Now they're staying ahead of the Ukrainians, Igor Khmara and Victoria Khmara of the Berel-Blanc Ukrainian club. They're now just a foot or two ahead of Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon of Canada. A great race from these Canadians. They tried to keep it clean going around that first turning point. They were wide all the way up to it and just nipping in and trying to stay out of the challenging clash conditions. So in second place we've got Ukraine, then Canada. Fourth place then we've got Spain 2, which is the Real Circulo de Labradores de Sevilla boat. That's the leading 4. We'll take a look now back to 5th and 6th positions to just confirm how things are going there and if there's anybody in contention for an A final position. But the Monegaskins running away with it. Ukraine now solidifying a second position here. They were level with Canada, but a couple of good strokes from Ukraine and a couple of challenging strokes, I think, in the Canadian boat has seen Ukraine pull out a length ahead now. Spain going with them. That's the top 4. And closing in on us here, we can see the Germany combination, where we've got Ruder Club Alemannia, Schwarmer and Salvicek, currently in 4th place. No, they're currently in 5th place, and then 6th place, Spain. So Spain moving up through in 6th place now. So that's the current A final positions. And it's really challenging stuff out here. Everybody trying to get the navigation right. Italy 0-1. Look like they're in 7th place. The Canottieri Padova boat doing their utmost to hold position and try and hold back in on Germany.
I don't think anybody's having a comfortable time out here, are they, Peter? These crews are really being put through their paces in these conditions. We've got the fleet spread out a good couple of 100 meters in terms of width, and that just goes to show how difficult it is to keep a boat on track in chop like this. Really difficult. Difficult to see where you're going as the sun comes further round towards this end of the course. More reflection on the water, bigger waves. I mean, a lot of the time we can't even see there's boats out here. We just can see heads essentially above it all, and that gives an idea of how much sea state there really is, that even for us out here on the water, half the time you can't even see the boats these guys are in.
So tough to see everything going on, but the Monegaskins are safely around turning point 2. Ukraine hot on their heels, along with Canada trying to close in, but Canada now dropping back. It's Spain. Spain takes 2nd place. Spain takes 2nd place, then Ukraine, then Canada, and then it's the other Spanish boat where we got Briz Martin from the Real Club de Labradores de Sevilla. Mediterráneo de Málaga currently in 2nd. An impressive performance from Briz Zamorano and Martin, getting back from where they were nearly at the back of the pack, so they've really pushed through these challenging conditions, making their way towards turning point 2.
I think it's only going to get more challenging as the race progresses and they get further in towards this next mark. It's going to be some very tired arms at the end of this leg, but despite the discomfort of the cross swell, I imagine most of them will be pleased to be out of the chop they've just been through and round this mark. I certainly would be.
Yeah, heading inland now towards turning point 3. The Monegaskins showing no sign of slowing, but the real fast movers out there are the club Círculo de Labradores de Sevilla, Briz Zamorano and Martin from Spain, getting back into the action here. They're moving up already into 4th place, moving through Canada. Ukraine still holding on to 3rd, and we've got the Mediterráneo de Málaga boat still in 2nd, which means that we've got Canada in 5th and in the danger zone as the Germans try to move up the field here. The Ruder Club Alemannia boat of Schwarmer and Salvicek.
I think that 5th place Spanish boat, or 4th place even, boat did such a good job of keeping up to wind.
Yeah, so they have not capsized, they're still on the water, but we cut the transmission for a little while until they can find a better solution. And we have a great audience here on site, happy to wave into the camera, wearing masks, that's very good. Well, not everyone wears it in the right position. Here we have the guys from Spain waving to the camera. So crews are out there on the water battling with the conditions, as are our commentators. And we're monitoring the sound coming in from them very closely to be able to hand over to them pretty soon.
Ora, e com estas imagens, com o ponto 25 de Abril de fundo, a equipa de Mónaco a dar aqui o máximo dos máximos, temos ainda à frente desta competição, um pouco junta, na zona negra, em termos de apuramento para a fase seguinte, temos a equipa alemã do Ruder Club, para aquela posição negra, como costuma dizer. Temos Depois o Canadá, a Espanha do Mediterrâneo de Málaga e o Circuito de Labradores de Sevilha, também o Mónaco e a Ucrânia. São estas as embarcações que têm estado mais na frente. Quando temos aqui estas excelentes imagens com a ponte 25 de Abril e já a ver-se ali o canto do Forte de São Julião. Eu lembro que este é o último hit em termos de classificação e depois vamos passar para a ronda das finais. A primeira final será as finais B das categorias dos quatros femininos e depois, ou seja, o quadriquatro e depois vamos passar para os masculinos, os Double Sculls masculino e também os skips femininos para as finais B deste grupo A a partir das 4 da tarde. E finais, não se esqueçam, é na pista de 6 km e não de 4, que é aquilo que temos tido aqui.
Fantastic race out there from the Spanish combination. From Malaga, I think, Spain 2, Ramon Gomez Cortilla, Carlota Gonzalez Gil. What a great drone shot we have here. Those two now are still heading towards the Carcarello shore. The next beach from here, just behind the starting just behind the fort. Beautiful surf spot as well. And catch up again with our commentators on the water. How's the situation like, James and Peter? We have the crew from Monaco on the screen, and let's catch up with James and Peter. How's it looking like?
It's looking good, thanks Sebastian. Monaco now safely around turning point 4, approaching 5 quickly. We've still got the Ukrainians behind them, and not too far astern of the Ukrainians, Mediterranean de Malaga, about to be rowed through by their fellow countrymen and women from the Real Circuito de Labradores de Sevilla. They've had a fantastic race since their challenging turn around turning point 1. They've gotten all the way back up into 4th place through that challenging leg between turning points 1 and 2. So we've got a great lead here by the Monegascans, but the real movers and shakers, the Real Circuito de Labradores de Sevilla, Esther Brizan-Morano and Ander Martin, looking pretty sure for a place through to the A final. They're showing no sign of slowing, but Spain 2 coming around the corner now. Mediterranean de Malaga currently in 2nd. Stunning performance from them. And then passing turning point 5, it could well be Spain ahead of Ukraine. I think Ukraine might just make it half a length ahead of them. But this is very, very close. Spain have really clawed their way back. Ukraine, a powerful combination. Igor Khmara and Victoria Khmara just now dropping back into 4th place as the Real Circuito de Labradores de Sevilla move up the field.
Quite a tight rounding of the 6th mark, couldn't it, between the Ukrainian 3 team and the Spanish 5 team. Neck and neck going round it with the Spaniards on the inside. So not with the advantage, but we'll see if they can keep their space.
We might see a little bit of a clash here. It's going to be tight. Hopefully they've given enough space to each other. Bear in mind it's the overtaking crew who has to move around the outside and not interfere with the crew that they're overtaking. Italy 1 coming through next. This is the Canottieri-Padova combination of Aisha Rocek and Simone Martini. Simone Martini, world famous as an Italian sculler, joined by Aisha Rocek, who we often see in the Italian sculling squad. Aubrey Oldham and Sarah Pigeon come through next, so it's a great performance by them. Looking good for a place into that A final. They're currently in 6th place here and closing in on them fast. from France, we have Lac Bleu Aviron, Edwige Alfray, and Ludovic Dubois trying to move up from 7th into 6th. Remember, they still have a chance if they finish 7th because it's the fastest 2 7th place finishers from the 3 heats that will secure themselves places in that A final.
Really nice to see on that tighter rounding with the 2 boats side by side. They both give themselves enough space to get it around. Nobody wanting to interfere with the other boat, but also not risk their own race by having an entanglement. Goes to show that sometimes the riskier option is not the best one. It's better just to give a little bit of space and make sure everybody's got a fair chance at the next mark, isn't it?
Exactly right, and we know that those athletes are world-class athletes because we've seen Brizamorano and Martin at international level. They're in the Spanish boat and they were right alongside the Ukrainians, Igor Khmara and Victoria Khmara, who we've also seen racing at international level for Ukraine. So no strangers to rowing, and they have that technical expertise to handle their line and their boat positioning so that they don't have any clashes.
It's going to be hard to compete in terms of adrenaline on these final couple of legs for the teams that have been such an exciting first couple of legs, to then keep the pressure on and keep the pace up despite not having the adrenaline of those first couple of kilometres. Will be tough to maintain the same sort of momentum, I'd imagine.
Not easy. Lactic acid firing away or burning you up from the inside as we see Ruder Club Alemannia, Christian Benedict Schwarmer and Annika Sophie Salvicek moving towards turning point 7. Tunisia just passing TP6 here. This is Mohamed Rayan, Hafsa and Imen Mbarki. And then France 03, a valiant effort from Vincent Cavard and Anne-Elise Communal from Chambéry Club Nautique. They're passing turning point 6 now, having been in the water for a quick dip, expertly righting their boat and climbing back in. Most coastal clubs don't allow you out on the water unless you can right your own boat and climb back in, and they've demonstrated that with expertise.
Fantastic.
Leaders now approaching the beach, and I believe that's Sebastian, eager to tell us how it's getting on.
Absolutely eager, because I have just seen Santa Antonielli crossing the finish line here with his transponder, so clocking and riding in first place here for Monaco with his partner Gaia Umbra Chiavini. So Monaco way ahead of the rest of the crews. Here comes the sprint from Spain though.
Yeah, Spain going for the second and third position, Spain 2 and Spain 5.
Yeah, so Spain 2 from Malaga, Gomez Cotilla and Gonzalez Gil. Spain 5 is from Sevilla, Zamorano and Martin.
Now we have Ukrainian in the penalty box. And Italy 1 is arriving. Canottieri Padova, Aisha Hosek.
So here's Simone Martini for Italy, coming in 4th position, securing a spot here in the medal final for Canottieri Padova. Well, here's the boat from Canada safely across the line and taking a spot in the A final in 5th place. Now it's getting really close, and it's indeed Duby of France crossing the line here for France 7, Lac Bleu Aviron, with Edwige Alfred being his partner.
Tivemos então a liderança do Mónaco com Contan Antonielli e Gaia Umbra Chiavini. Varia melhor neste isto. Em segundo lugar, Mediterrâneo de Málaga. E em terceiro, Real Círculo de Labrador de Sevilha.
Here comes Germany 3 onto the beach. That's also Ruder Club from Alemannia. Christian Sharma, Annika Salvicek, that's the team. Great run. Narrowly missing out here on the A final. It's going to be quite a motivation for them to come back next year when we head to Saundersfoot in Wales in the United Kingdom, or Great Britain, as you could also call it. Here comes the the sprint for Tunisia. And it is Mohamed Ryan Hafsa taking it home for for Tunisia in the 9th position.
France 3 has already arrived. It's Chambéry, Vincent Cavaz et Anne-Annelise Communal.
So first 10 in, quite a few more to come. Hungary coming home from Budapest. Esther Kremer taking the run here. Gegeli Shosh securing the boat with the boat handlers. Taking the 11th place. Next boat to come in is from Great Britain. And that is Carmarthen Rowing Club. Thomas Brain taking this home. Swin Williams being his partner. So next boat coming to the shoreline is Island 4. That's Kilmac Simon Rowing Club. David Jennings and Dara Jennings. Sprint from Dara here up the beach. First it's a bit firmer and then it gets deeper when you come near the arch that we have here. Perfectly exhausted after this 4-kilometer row and then this run up the beach, but happy to have made it, to have braved the waves, the currents, the wind. Fantastic. So 25 minutes into this race. You can see one more full rounding. Rounding the buoy.
I think we're missing Finland and Great Britain 4, I think.
So here comes Finland onto the beach and Spain too, I can see them. So that was a replay, of course, coming onto the beach. It was Finland now getting out of the boat, making a good run here. It's in for Finland, Lee Vassell from Smark, and Finland his partner Tia Maria Rautola.
Ora, tivemos então o Mónaco a levar a melhor neste doubles misto com Quentin Antonelli e Gaia Umbra Chiavani. Em segundo, a embarcação espanhola número 2 de Ramon Cotilla e Carlota Gil do Mediterrâneo de Málaga. Em terceiro, a embarcação espanhola número 5 de Esther Zamorano e Ander Martin de Real Círculo de Labradores de Sevilla.
Santa ya sabe cómo es, y la santa canta, todo el mundo de pie. Ay nena no te va, ay no te va, Mueve tu cintura, ahí nada más. Muévete pa'lante, después pa' atrás. Acércate bonita, quédate acá. Muévete, que tu avalado te ha dicho otra vez. Que tu mala santa ya sabe cómo es, cómo es. Y la santa canta, todo el mundo de pie. Mami, muévete, que tu...
So, as said before, this was the last heat of all heats that we have seen yesterday and today during the 2021 World Rowing Championships. Now it's all about finals. The final B is coming up in half an hour's time only. So the final B of the women's quadruple scull, of the men's double scull, and the women's solo will be coming up very shortly in 30 minutes intervals. 1600 is the starting time of the women's quadruple scull, 4:30 for the men's double, and 5 for the women's solo. See you soon.
Agora temos intervalo agora de meia hora para depois voltarmos com o quadril feminino continueiro para a primeira final B do grupo A e depois às 4:30 da tarde vamos para os doubles masculinos e às 5 da tarde para o ski feminino nestas finais do grupo B.
Muévete con la campana, muévete mami bonita, muévete hasta mañana, muévete mi rumberrita, muévete con la campana, muévete mami bonita, muévete hasta mañana, muévete mi rumberrita. Mami muévete, que tu avalado te ha dicho otra vez, que tu mala santa ya sabe cómo es, cómo es. Y la santa canta, todo el mundo de pie. Mami, muévete, que tu avalado te ha dicho otra vez. Que tu mala santa ya sabe cómo es, cómo es. Y la santa canta, todo el mundo de pie.
Jag minns ju den tid du gav mig life-bilder, yo. Nu vill jag kunna ge tillbaka allt jag inte kunnat ge förut. Det finns ju ingen annan där som kan stå här by my side, oh why. Sättet du rör på det får mig att dö för dig baby. För de här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha dig, du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda dig baby och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Varje gång jag bak på dig jag tänker åh vilket kap jag har gjort. Jag skulle gå tillbaks i tid, göra om allt igen och förstå. Ser det som ett allt, det är dig jag vill wifa. De här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha dig. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda dig baby och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det bara life om igen och jag vet det bara ta sin tid. Jag vet det bara life om igen och stay with me please. Jag vet det bara life om igen och jag vet det bara ta sin tid. Jag vet det bara life om igen och stay with me please. Du lägger till, du är där för mig. Jag svär mitt liv kretsar runt dig baby. Du bär på mina bebeks och allt när jag visionerar vår framtid. Låt mig hålla dig baby, hey, yeah. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det bara life om mig aldrig. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life om en och stay aldrig. Jag vet det bara life om mig aldrig. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. enough. We never seem to get older. When things are going right, you seem to have the time. But when it's hard, you just grow cold up. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires. The words repeat, cause we're scared of the silence. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires, fires around ourselves. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires. The words repeat, cause we're scared of the silence. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires, fires around ourselves. It's deja vu. Memories come back when I'm with you. It's deja vu. Memories come back when I'm with you. Been here 1,000 times. Set up a stage of lies. Say we're done, say it's over. Shouldn't be coming back, but somehow we connect. Acting drunk even though we're sober. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires. The words repeat, cause we're scared of the silence. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires, fires around ourselves. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires. The words repeat, cause we're scared of the silence. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires, fires around ourselves. It's deja vu. Memories come back when I'm with you. It's deja vu. Memories come back when I'm with you. Keep lighting fires. The words repeat cause we're scared of the silence. We should be good, but we keep lighting fires. We keep on talking and talking, talking and talking. Memories come back when I'm with you. It's deja vu.
To think I had plenty of dreams and light in my life. Still my glass was half empty, but you came along and showed me how to love without limits, to have a good time. My glass was always half empty, but now you're in my life. We're far away from the city lights, so small under the night sky. It's just us two, but I don't mind. You could never wear me out, even after all of these years. You still look at me with the same love. It's just us two, but I don't
you need to know. We can stalk it and make it grow. Come and ask me what you want to know, and we can go from here. Our world just keeps turning, and here I am still learning about what it is that you need, what it is you bleed for, longing and yearning, deeply burning for you. Are you staying with me? Help me feed it. Slow down, let our minds go quiet now. No sound, let our hands do the talking, hands do the talking now. Do you see how this fire grows rapid, and nobody knows how it started or where it will go? I can't stop now, baby, no. Our world just keeps turning, and here I am still learning about what it is that you need, what it is you bleed for, longing and yearning, deeply burning for you. Are you staying with me? Tell me you need it. Slow down, let our minds go quiet now. No sound.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on the beach and listening in on worldrowing.com out there, wherever you are tuning in, it's just 15 minutes until we start the first final of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championship here in Oeiras in Portugal. So just 15 minutes to go. The first B final will be on the way, with the quads also already warming themselves up and getting into position for a good clean start. So 15 minutes to go.
E a primeira final de hoje vai começar dentro de 15 minutos. É a final B do Grupo A, às 4 da tarde, com o quadri feminino, com timoneiro. Vai ser a primeira final. Depois passamos para a segunda final, vamos para os doubles masculinos, com às 16h30 e às 17h. A última final do dia de hoje vai ser os skiffs femininos, portanto às 5 da tarde. Amanhã vamos começar o nosso dia às 8h30 da manhã. É o último dia deste Campeonato do Mundo de remo de mar aqui em Oeiras. Começamos amanhã às 8h30 da manhã com a continuação destas finais. Vamos para o Grupo B, que vai acontecer entre as 8h30 e as 10h, onde vamos ter as duplas femininas, o skiff masculino, os quadris masculinos e os doubles mistos. Depois, às 11h30, com uma pausa de 1h30, começamos as finais do Grupo A, e aí sim, grande oportunidade para podermos ver brilhar estas máquinas que são estes remadores fantásticos, com o quadri feminino, a final do quadri feminino, também as duplas masculinas e o skiff feminino à 1 da tarde. E o Grupo B começa às 3 e vamos até às 6 da tarde com as restantes finais do Grupo B.
I just wanna dance it off. Ignore the world with me tonight. Wanna dance it off. Put your body next to mine. I can't get the smile off my face. Don't really have a reason why, but
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, on the beach here in Oeiras and out there on worldrowing.com. We're listening in to the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. So we are done with all our heats. Now it's all about finals. We have a set of 3 finals B on the course very soon. The final B of the women's quadruple star will be the first one in just under 5 minutes.
E voltamos à praia para daqui a 5 minutos iniciarmos as nossas finais. Daqui até sábado às 5 da tarde vão ser só finais e estas são Grupo B com o Quadri.
So the next hour and a half will be packed with action. B finals of the women's quadruple sculls. There should be 14 boats competing, at least that's what's on my list, and we're going to be introducing the crews pretty shortly. All right, guys, let's go for introductions. You have the start list of the countries involved and crews involved on the screen and on the monitors at home. We have Spain 6, Real Club Náutico Gandia.
And France number 1, Cassis.
From Great Britain 1, we have Jersey Rowing Club.
And Great Britain number 2, Runcorn Rowing Club.
Great Britain 3 in the race, Christchurch Rowing Club.
Germany 1, Roden Club, Flensburg.
Beautifully said. So Ireland, Castletown Beer Rowing Club.
And Ireland 4, Passage West Rowing Club.
So then we have from the Netherlands, the Federation boat here.
E de Portugal, a embarcação número 2, Nova Rowing. De Portugal com a embarcação número 3 é o Ferroviário e a embarcação número 4, a ANL, Associação Naval de Lisboa.
And then we have from Switzerland, Ruder Club Zurich.
And from United States of America, Bear Island Aquatic Center.
So what a beautiful day again. It's here on the beach in Oeiras. Struggling for words here. Just a few moments until we get underway with our first final of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. Great job done by the organizing committee, by the Portuguese Rowing Federation, by the municipality of Oeiras, and the other partners that have supported us so greatly. And just under 2 minutes.
Yep, 2 minutes for the start. 2 minutos para a partida aqui em Oeiras. Agora a coisa vai começar a animar. Vamos entrar nas nossas finais. Começamos com a final B deste quadri feminino com timoneiro. Vamos lá, quem está na praia. Olho atento à chegada. Temos 3 embarcações portuguesas. Uma do Nova Rowing, outra do Ferroviário e uma da Associação Naval de Lisboa.
So if you tune in now for the first time, Oeiras being just outside of Lisbon, capital of Portugal. Beautiful scenery, beautiful setting, and the people here have been so friendly and helpful and competent in organizing all of this on the beach here, right on the beach at Oeiras. Actually, thanks for the people of Oeiras for letting us have this beach, which they normally occupy on a bright Friday afternoon like this. So the start of the women's quadruple sculls is coming soon. obviously this was a false or faulty start. The boats have been stopped.
E tivemos então uma falsa partida.
So all boats will be returning to the start line again. Yeah, so all boats will be returning to the positions behind the starting line. We'll still have to find out whether there will be any penalties awarded or whether it was a mass false start as we had it before today. And there will be no penalties. So let's just check it out. What a great suspension moment here on the beach in Oeiras.
It's not easy to put these speedboats with this currents, with this sea that we have here. It doesn't look like too messy, but it has a current, and it's not easy to put the boats right in the right position. So we need to do it again.
Yeah, so 14 boats using not very much space here. So it's quite a position thing with the wind now coming offshore, pushing the boats into the finish line, into the starting line. So we have the crews from Gandia in Spain, from Cassis in France, from Great Britain, from different locations here, from Germany, Ireland, the Netherlands, Portugal, Switzerland and USA, all assembled here in the B final of the women's Quadruple Sculls.
Temos três embarcações portuguesas nesta final: o Nova Rowing, Ferroviário e a Associação Naval de Lisboa.
Yes, we have another 3 minutes time now until we see the start. Time for the crews to adjust their position. A little bit forward, but a little bit backward, not to be too close to the starting line here. And again, we have the 3 red and white balls up on the mast, a clear visual sign of for the athletes when the next timing point comes up. And it's just 2 minutes, one ball will fall down, accompanied by an acoustic signal. And then the last ball falling, also an acoustic signal indicating that the start has been given. We can see the crews lying out there and trying to get the right angle towards the starting line. Gives me the opportunity to hand over to our commentators on the boat, James Scott, our rower and sailor, or sailor and rower, shall I say, and one of the best expert in rowing is Peter O'Hanlon. Peter, how is it looking?
Well, it looks like they're getting themselves lined up again, but I must say there are a few boats really quite closely on that line, and they mustn't find themselves on the wrong side of that line when the buzzer goes to start us off for this restart of this B final for the women's quads. They find themselves on the wrong side of that line, and they're likely to get a penalty or possibly even a disqualification if they cause too much turmoil. And they really do have eagle eyes on just how much how much these boats are behind the line, and they will spot even the slightest smidgen of white that might be poking onto the wrong side of the line. And as far as I can see it, we've got some boats that are almost entirely on the wrong side of this start line. So I'm sure the umpires will have something to say about that shortly. Still a lot of positioning. It is tricky with this cross tailwind. It's almost a direct crosswind here on the line, making it very, very difficult for them not to bunch up towards the marina side of this course. What do you think of that, James?
Yeah, really difficult, especially with the bigger boats and the added windage that they've got, and you can see.
Well, there goes the start. I don't see any red flags, so we're underway then with this B final for the women's quads. Pushing out for the lead already, it's Portugal 2, really trying to get themselves out in front. The Nova rowing combination of Ana Maria Godineco, Ines Costa, Rita De Pape, Maria Teresa Felicio and Victor Fernandez. They're already out in front with Portugal 4. That's the Naval Association of Lisbon. Those two boats out in front. Switzerland not getting left behind. The Ruder Club Zurich pushing up, but Ireland 3, they're now contesting, and that's a great start from them over on the far side of the course.
I think that this first leg down is going to be really, really exciting towards the end. We've got a lot of tide running now. We're right in the middle 2 hours of the tide, which means that's when the most tide is running, probably 3-4 knots. Really hard to appreciate that from shore, but when you're out here, you can really see how the water's moving. Little whirlpools as the water's moving so fast, even past itself. It's creating all this turbulence. And again, that is going to be what makes this first mark grounding the most exciting bit of the race, I'd say.
So pushing out in front, Portugal 2. Great start from them, the Nova rowing squad and the Naval Association of Lisbon. Portugal 4 going with them. And Switzerland, they've had a great start. The Ruder Club Zurich, Pascal Valka in that boat, one of the well-known Swiss internationals here. She'll be one of the powerful athletes doing her utmost to keep that boat out in front. Ireland 3 from Castletownbere Rowing Club. Up there contesting the lead as well. In fact, they might have just pulled into the lead, so we'll see how this settles. They have Ireland 3 out in front. It's then Portugal 4, Portugal 2 and Switzerland level for second, third and fourth. Spain 6 in fifth. So Spain 6, this is the boat from the Real Club Nautico Gandia. It's a good start from them. They're holding out in front of the Germany squad here, where we've got Ruder Club Flensburg holding on to 6th place, but only by perhaps a foot. They're right alongside Great Britain 2, the Runcorn Rowing Club for 7th, and then 8th we've got Ireland 0-4. So it's a good start here from Passage West Rowing Club.
Right, Pete, let me quickly update you on the penalties issued or awarded here. Portugal 2, that is the crew from Nova Rowing, and Portugal 4 from Asac Naval Lisboa. They've both been awarded a 60-second penalty, so they have to row even faster.
They're certainly going to have to. It's a B final, so no progression on from this. This is essentially a competition for places 21 through to 37 in the World Rowing Coastal Championship rankings for 2021. Of course, we'll have the A final tomorrow to contest the medals and places 1 through 20. That's how it works, A finals and B finals. This being the B final, it's places 21 through 37. Out in front still though, it's a great start for Ireland.
Certainly is a great start for them. Being able to have their own space as they make this first mark means that they'll be able to take it as wide as they want without being under pressure from anyone else. But we can see the 5, 6, 7 places just behind them really starting to compact in. Everybody realizes how far down to the right they've gone and trying to work their way back up, and we're just seeing everybody pinch together, and I think we're about to see some big clashes as we come around this mark.
Yeah, we're going to go and have a look up by the buoy to just see how they get on round the turning point. It's a good clean corner for Ireland's Castletownbere Rowing Club. First round, they've got 2 lengths of clear water ahead of the closest competition we see, which is Switzerland's Ruder Club Zurich, and then Portugal 4 have gone the wrong side of the buoy, and they already have a 60-second penalty. Worst bit about that is they've dragged Portugal 2 on the wrong side of the buoy as well, so they're both going to have to spin back round. That means that coming around the buoy, it's Spain 6, who are in 3rd place. Real Club Nautico Gandia. Great Britain 1 then in 5th place here. So that's Great Britain 1 where we have Jersey Rowing Club. The Portugal 4 boat decided not to go back for the buoy. They decided to miss it and proceed onwards. So I expect we'll see a penalty there. Germany 1 next, then Great Britain 2. So Germany 1, Ruder Club Flensburg. Great Britain 2, then Runcorn Rowing Club. Then Great Britain 3, which is Christchurch Rowing Club, a length up on Passage West from Ireland. Then France 1, where we've got the boat from Cassis Aviron Club. And then the Netherlands with them as well. So that's the running order rounding the turning point. Portugal 2 at the back of the pack here, where we find Nova Rowing, followed by the Portugal, by the other Portuguese boat who decided to spin and go back. Now we didn't have any clashes there, which is pleasing, I think, James.
I'd say it's pleasing, but it certainly wasn't without excitement, with 2 boats ending up the wrong side, tangled, and both of them taking a very different strategy to deal with that mistake. One of them deciding to go back, and then Portugal 4 actually just committing to the error they've made, and they're just going to take it and try and make up as much ground as they can now.
They may not know yet that they've got that 1-minute penalty to take on the beach, so their bow lady will have to get out of the boat, and she'll believe she's running up to the finish, but actually she'll have to stop in the penalty box for 60 seconds.
Onto this long straight now, out to the 2nd turning point. Really hard to make it out. The sea states again come completely alive with the wind and the tide running. We've got lots and lots of little white crests on everything, and having that white top to an entire ocean, as we can see it in front of us, makes that the bright yellow buoy in the distance really, really hard to pick out. The boat's sitting down in the troughs of some of these waves and coming up, making it so difficult to see what's up ahead, especially with the sun this far across now as well. There's a lot of dazzle, a lot of reflection, and any light object from another light object is going to be really, really hard to pick out.
Well, Castle Rowing Club Ireland running away with it now. They've got 5 lengths up on Switzerland's Ruder Club Zurich, currently in 2nd place. Then Great Britain 1, where we've got Jersey Rowing Club in 3rd. Feeling a bit of pressure here from Portugal 4, which is the Naval Association of Lisbon. They missed that first buoy, and they've got a 60-second penalty, which they probably don't know about yet. We then got the Real Club Nautico Gandia boat in 5th place. 6th place is still with Germany, where we find Ruder Club Flensburg holding out ahead of Great Britain 2 for Runcorn Rowing Club. So the field very much spread out now. Great Britain 1, the Jersey Rowing Club pulling away from Portugal 4, which is the Naval Association of Lisbon, which means that hopefully we won't see any dramatic clashes between those 2 boats. As you say though, James, I couldn't spot turning point number 2 for quite a while there, just as we get completely washed down by a wave.
No, really, really difficult to see it. Even now, we know exactly where it is, having been out here for 2 days. And if it's difficult for us to see on a ever so slightly higher vantage point of this rib, it's going to be really hard for them to see.
You must tell me where you bought your waterproof trousers as well.
Well, I don't think I should name drop any brands here, but it's a lot better to see the quads handling these conditions, though. They are the bigger, heavier boats again, managing the choppier sea state much better. The bows riding quite high, but no big crashes down, so everybody's maintaining a really good speed and momentum, I think. So the sea state being a challenge, but certainly not slow in progress at this point.
Well, I say for me at the moment, it's the Jersey Rowing Club who look the best out here, just tackling the conditions so perfectly. Excellent blade work, very much together, and the boat speed's coming with it. They're drawing up half a length down now on Switzerland and could well move up into 2nd place. As we see the Naval Association of Lisbon going off on quite a tangent here. They're having a quick chat with the umpire from the boat, and it looks as though they're rowing back or turning around to go back to turning point 2. They've stopped rowing. I think they're just trying to confirm what's happened here. That looks like it might be them hearing about their 60-second penalty and deciding what to do about it. Great Britain 1 now moving up through Switzerland. That's the Ruder Club Zurich dropping into 3rd place. And 4th place, we've got the Real Club Nautico Gandia for Spain. 2 lengths up on Germany, which is the Ruder Club Flensburg, and then they've got 2.5 lengths on Runcorn Rowing Club from Great Britain. Now we're coming up to turning point 2, and while this race starts to string itself out in these challenging conditions, the wind really has picked up. It's great to be here in Oeiras for the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships, but next year we're going to be going to Saundersfoot in Wales, Great Britain. And Sebastian, you have Rachel Delay up there in the tower, and I'm sure we'd all love to hear a little bit more about what we've got in store for us when it comes to Saundersfoot, Great Britain next year.
Indeed, Peter, thanks for the throw. Rachel Dooley, the event director of next year's World Rowing Coastal Championships and World Rowing Beachfront Finals, is with me. Rachel, what is the prospect? What do you aim for next year? When is it actually? What is the exact date?
So we will kick off on the 7th of October till the 9th of October with beach sprints. So we're running the other way round from the order of events here. And then the second weekend is going to be, second weekend is going to be the beach sprints, I beg your pardon. And the first weekend is going to be the coastal championships. So to clarify, 7th to 9th of October is the coastal championships, and the 14th to the 16th of October is the beach sprint finals. We will have a very warm Welsh welcome to you all. The town of Saundersfoot and Pembrokeshire, Wales, Great Britain is already dying to welcome everybody over. We have the town that is going to become a festival with lots of activities going on. All the shops are going to have competitions. We have schools engaged, and they're going to be cheering on everybody from the coastal path all the way along your course. It won't be quiet, and you'll have support all the way along. We look forward to seeing you there.
Well, Rachel, I'm sure you have your website up and running already, so what's the domain? So I caught you there. No, we're gonna oh yeah, it's on the back of their beautiful red t-shirts, so World Rowing Coastals 2022.org. So put that into your books there you are. So, and also with me is Sam English, the event director for the same event. What can the athletes expect when they come to Pembrokeshire, when they come to Saundersfoot?
Oh, in Wales, we have a fantastic coastal rowing community, and we have some great water around Wales. So we have a beautiful bay. So the action will be visible from all points, so great for spectators and supporters too. And yeah, just as Rachel said, Wales is known for its welcome, and the village is very, very excited about the event next year, and they look forward to welcome everyone.
So thank you very much for joining us up here. Rachel Dooley, event director of next year's World Rowing Coastal Championship, and Sam English, the event manager. Best of luck for the organization. And with that, we try and get contact with our commentators on the water again. It's all yours, James and Peter.
Well, we're head down, running straight towards the fort, much like an SBS boat crew, I can imagine, trying to stay out of the wind because it really is quite choppy here. But the leading crew still, Castletown Bear from Ireland, making their way now towards turning point 3. They had a great rounding of TP2. They're maintaining that lead, and it's Great Britain 1 then who've moved up to follow in second place. Jersey Rowing Club, they had a fantastic stretch down from TP 1 to 2. Saw them moving through Ruder Club Zurich, who dropped back into third place in this B final, as the conditions really have become quite harsh here for all of the athletes out on a boat, frankly, because the wind's picked up. We've got a lot of white caps here, and the boat's being thrown all over the place. But these coastal rowers handling these challenging conditions expertly, as the wind really has grown. James, how many knots would you say this is?
I'd say it's blowing a steady 20 knots now, maybe even gusting up into the low 20s.
And it's going the opposite direction of the current as well.
It is indeed. We've got the tide running out. We've got best part of 582 miles of the Tagus River that runs up all the way into the Iberian Peninsula, and we've got a fair few miles of that flowing right back out into the water we're in now. So there's a lot of water moving, huge amount of force and power behind that. And then with our high teens, early 20 gusts of the wind that's coming through, it just makes it for really challenging conditions. I mean, these are the sort of conditions you'd expect to find a lot further offshore, and obviously you'd have less current, but certainly it's making for a sea state akin to much more offshore than this. I've seen this sort of thing 10, 12 miles offshore, in fact better conditions that far off.
Wow, and it just shows that those who have the technical proficiency of coastal rowing out there, not only when it comes to the navigation, the spatial awareness, the reading of the currents, the wind, but also when it comes to the blade work, being reactive, highly reactive, so that if your blade gets spun out of your hand, you don't put it in such an angle that you're going to catch a dramatic crab and upset everything for the boat. Now, the field really is moving down towards turning point 3, which means they'll be 3/4 of the way through this 4K course. The Irish just showing no sign of slowing. A fantastic rhythm they've set out in front, where we've got Carmel Connolly, Kenny O'Regan, Oeiras Gilsman, Nina Murphy and Rasheen Mertz having a fantastic race, leading the way. Nobody really closing in on them. They've just got such a great margin at the front of the field here. It's perhaps 50 meters up ahead of their closest contenders. Great Britain won, the Jersey Rowing Club, who've moved up through Switzerland. A few positions perhaps chopping and changing in 3rd, 4th and 5th as Switzerland try to maintain their boat pace as best as they possibly can. Do you think they'll get any respite as they come inshore a little bit here, James, towards TPs 3, 4 and 5?
Yeah, I think they're going to start to come out of the worst of the swell. Certainly the bigger sea is towards the first half of this 3rd leg, which means that the sea state's going to settle, but we can see on the surface of the water the wind rushing down over the low-lying land, hitting the water and then driving up the whitecaps and spray. So they're still going to have a tough time rowing into the wind for sure. But as soon as they're round this next turning point 3, they start to put the wind behind them, and that angle just gets better and better and better the further through these final marks they go. So it will certainly take the pressure off, and they can just let ride.
So a few 3, Castletown Bear Rowing Club Ireland still well out in front. They'll, as you say, James, be able to turn around, and less windage then as their angle changes.
A lot less windage pushing the boat off course, so the Coxed will be able to do less work. They'll have to be putting less rudder on, and obviously the more rudder you're putting on, the more drag you're creating at the back of the boat. So to be able to keep a naturally straighter course with smaller adjustments will just mean that every bit of power they're putting into the water through those blades really counts. It isn't getting lost in the steering of the boat.
Now some of these boats have dagger boards, removable dagger boards in them. What would be your strategy with that?
Certainly for the downwind bits, the dagger board is going to be less relevant and less important in keeping the boat tracking in the crosswind, cross-swell conditions. Boats that can and want to can maybe bring some, if not all, of the dagger board out of the water and essentially ride those waves down, just less drag underneath the boat.
Excellent. Well, the leading crews now have rounded turning point 3, making them their way towards 4. I can't see many of these front field positions changing. Most of the boats behind them separated by at least 3 to 4 lengths. So unless there's a concerted push in the last kilometre, I think we'll be seeing, as they approach us at turning point 5, the final finishing positions, averting, of course, any disaster of steering, perhaps rounding the boys, which we'd hope doesn't happen when it comes to these Coxed quads. But saying that, we have seen it a fair few times through racing so far, because the conditions just being so challenging for everybody involved.
Absolutely, and you know, they do say anything can happen at sea, and we're firmly at sea in these conditions, so I think that it's never over until it's over. But certainly between the 4th and 5th mark here, the conditions much easier. We can see the inflatable buoys, the ones further out, the 3rd turning point's being blown almost flat to the water, whereas the 5th, 6th and 7th mark are sitting much more upright, and that just gives an idea of how much more sheltered it is within the fort, but how much windier it is as soon as you get outside of that lee and into the windy conditions again.
Things will only get better for them now as we see Castletown Bear Rowing Club Ireland make their way towards turning point 5, and as James says, these boys a little bit more upright as we round the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras, Portugal, in this first final, the B final for the women's quads here at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships, Oeiras, Portugal. They had a great start though. They weren't fastest off the start line, but they just maintained a great starting rhythm all the way up to the first turning point and got round it cleanly. That was the critical thing. I think they might have put quite a bit of effort into that first kilometre to make sure that they didn't have any of that carnage which we continue to witness at the first turning point. But that's what makes this such an exciting sport, because there's so much strategy involved, not only with the nautical management and management of all those variables, but also keeping yourself on a clean racing line.
It's a combination of racing and seamanship, really, and that's something that doesn't come into many sports like this other than this coastal rowing. There's so much seamanship in terms of the navigation and deciding what risks to take and what not. You've got to deal with, you know, potential breakages and whether it's better to take a wider route, give another boat a bit more space, but maintain your boat and your crew for the rest of the race, really.
Well, Castletown Bear Rowing Club Ireland leading the way past turning point 6. They've got perhaps 50 metres up on Jersey Rowing Club from Great Britain. Switzerland then under pressure from the Rail Club Nautico Gandia. Switzerland in 3rd, but only by a length, as The Nautical Club Gandia tried to make a push to take third place in this B final, which would of course then be 24th in the overall coastal rankings. Behind them we have Germany 1, which is the Ruder Club Flensburg. So I'll keep the numbering for this B final. Ruder Club Flensburg in 5th of this B final at this stage, and we've got perhaps 50 to 60 metres back to their closest contender, so it's going to be a clean run-in that they'll all be pushing for in the closing stages of this 4K B final.
I certainly can't see anyone taking any risks. They don't have to at this point. There's so much space between the boats. They're going to be wanting to preserve the people and just make sure there's no chance of it all going wrong at this stage, I think.
Well, this is the B final. The A finals will take place over the 6K course. So can you believe it, that turning point number 2 that so many crews have struggled to reach and have navigate the most challenging conditions will be pushed even further out from shore, and an additional turning point added just in front of the Carcavelos beach here in Portugal. Coming past turning point 6 now, then we've got Runcorn Rowing Club from Great Britain. Great performance from them there. 50 or 60 metres astern of their closest competitors, and then they've got perhaps 100 metres ahead of the next crew who are just passing turning point 5, so a good margin of safety there. They'll just want to ease it in as they come into the more sheltered seas behind the fort.
6K course we're going to start to see come into play tomorrow. It's going to really compound advantage and mistakes that are made, so it's going to be some really, really interesting tactics to play out, and the positions are going to chop and change a lot, I think, because of that tomorrow.
In a big way. Next coming through then we've got Great Britain 3, Christchurch Rowing Club ahead of France 1, where we find Cassis ahead of the USA, which is the Bear Island Aquatic Centre. But I think the leading crews now making their way in towards the beach. So let's hear from Sebastian.
Even if you don't have a direct line of sight, you have a very good feeling, Peter. Indeed, the first crews are coming around the bend here and approaching the beach here in Oeiras in Portugal. And what a beautiful day it has been, although we have seen more challenging conditions this afternoon. Same as yesterday, actually. So it seems to be Island 3 that comes in first, with about 10, 12 strokes to the beach left. And it's a sign also for all the boat handlers and the crew members to come in and help get the boats out of the way cleanly and quickly. Very important, because then we have a few crews coming in closely bunched together. Already preparations underway in the Irish crew there. So Island 3, Castletown Bear Rowing Club. So here she is, clean out of the boat, first runner up the hill. And the audience is just great here in Oeiras, greeting the rower here. That's Ola Gilsenan from Ireland, crossing the line first, 21st place for this crew. So out of 34 crews racing all together, Ireland has taken 21st place. So the 20 crews in the A final tomorrow. Yeah, here comes Great Britain too. That's Runcorn Rowing Club. Very good race from them, good tactics, clean around all the bends. And here comes the Spanish crew.
Yeah, great for the Spanish 6 Real Club Náutico de Gandia.
Isabel Galan Aviles running across the line in 3rd place. 4th place in this B final goes to Switzerland. That's the crew from Ruder Club Zürich. Then it's the Germans coming in from Ruder Club Flensburg. That's the northernmost largest city in in Germany, of course. Directly on the border with Denmark. Beautiful stretch of sea as well. Germany 5th in this B final. Then we have a little wait until the next crew comes in. So the top crews, the top 5 crews bunched closely together, less under a minute separating them. Then a little gap towards place number 6 in this B final of the women's squad. Getting ready for the jump, Great Britain 2 coming in, Runcorn Rowing Club. Come on, here's the support of the audience. Fantastic. Another set of 3 crews coming in rather closely bunched together. Next race, by the way, is due at 4:35, so pushed back by 5 minutes. Just for everyone to know. What a great work again done by the beach handlers and by the team members supporting their crews, getting the boats out of the water. Next one up is Great Britain 3, Christchurch Rowing Club. I think it's Emma Kelly now racing up the beach. Emma Kelly for Christchurch Rowing Club, crossing the line with her transponder on. And that was Bear Island Aquatic Center for USA. The runner was Amanda Hawkins.
And there's France Cassis. Isabelle Poncet, Josette Auriema, c'est ça, le nom.
Portugal coming in, that's Portugal 2.
Ora aí está então, a embarcação Scull 2 é do Nova Rowing Club.
And remember, they have to go to the penalty box and wait for 60 seconds.
Penalty box for the Portuguese. A equipa portuguesa tem uma penalização de 60 segundos a aguardar aqui na nossa penalty box.
So here comes the crew from the Netherlands. Also a quick sprint up, and it's of course not a national team crew, it's a club crew, but a great performance here coming up the beach. Race introduction for the men's double, final B, 19 crews competing. We have Croatia, Igor Boraska, Nikol Udovicic.
And from Spain, number 4, Club Marítimo Linense. And also Spain, number 5, Club de Mar Clot de Lilot El Campello. Spain, number 6, Mediterráneo de Málaga. And Spain, number 7, Real Club Náutica de Gandia.
We have Finland 2, Takon Sutajat.
France Cassis. France number 4, Cassis.
We have Germany from the northwest, Team Nordwest.
And Germany 4, Huden Club in Flessenburg.
Gibraltar at the start, the Gibraltar Amateur Rowing Association.
And Ireland 5, Arklow Rowing Club.
Italy 6, Santo Stefano al Mare.
And Monaco 1, Monaco.
And another crew, Monaco 2, also from Société Nautique Monaco.
And from Netherlands, Op door Tiben Eid Gusmuli.
So then we have Sweden 2, Kungalf Row Club.
And from Tunisia, ISL.
Then from Ukraine 1, Concord.
Ukraine 2, Budenvichnik.
And finally, the United States of America, New Orleans Rowing Club. Okay, let's just the last 10 moments before the start, B final of the men's double scull at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships.
Vamos para o doubles masculinos, é a final B.
We are with the start, and we have also seen the start of our commentary boat, and it's all yours now, James and Peter.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, Arklow Rowing Club getting a little bit tangled there. They went for a quick start, but just got caught up, which opened the door for pushing out into the lead. It's Monaco, two Monegascan boats here. We've got both from Société Nautique Monaco. Quentin Antonielli in one with Mathieu Montfort alongside Antoine Baudero and Charles-Louis Marot in the other one. So we're going to see how those two Monegascan boats get on at the front of the field. Not far astern from them, we've got the Tunisians, where we find Dia Eddine Zoglam and Hassan El Hajj from the Tunisian national team, not getting left behind at the front of the field. Germany at the front as well. Great start for the Germany 1 boat, where we've got the Regatta Verb combination of Maiko Benedict Remmers and Christian Alois Veneman. This being another B final, we're looking here at the places beyond 20.
Again, really big spread left to right. Encouraging to see a lot of boats a long way up to the left though, and I think they could see that advantage come into play a bit further down the line. Quite a few boats having made an early lead, but again, on the right-hand side of the course, I think they may struggle to consolidate that as they have to come back up again in a bit. I don't see this tide easing up anytime soon, so I think we're going to see just as much influence as we have earlier on, and just as much drama at this mark for certainly the ones that cut it tight and have to come back up to the mark into the tide at an angle to the rest of the fleet.
Well, Quentin Antonielli and Mathieu Montfort, Monaco number 1, so they're the favourite boat in the Monaco squad, currently leading this B final ahead of Germany. We've then got Tunisia leading ahead of Spain 6, the Mediterranean de Malaga combination of Juan-Luc Lara and Mario Manuel Ramirez Diaz. It's then over to the far side where we can see Great Britain. But a great race here so far for Tunisia. It's Gibraltar, in fact, alongside Tunisia. Colin Tester and Matthew Vinales for Gara Gibraltar. Behind them, then, we've got the other Monegascan boat, also from Société Nautique Monaco, having dropped back ever so slightly. Challenging pace at the front of the field, set by their friends from Société Nautique Monaco. And that means that we'll see this second Monegascan boat start to get rowed through by Ukraine. Super combination of Igor Khmar and Stanislav Kovalov moving through along with the Dutch boat. So the Netherlands, where we've got Oberduk Tibben, we saw him racing earlier today, and Guus Mollet in the Dutch boat with him now. They're currently tracking 5th place, having rowed through Monaco. Ukraine going with them now in 6th, Monaco in 7th, and then we got Ireland 5. So Ireland 5 from Arklow Rowing Club, that's Patrick Kinsella and Adam Neal. They've just been moved through, in fact, by Sweden. Sweden having a little bit of a push here. I think they're trying to position themselves well for the turning point. Sweden's pair, Ingmar Bujala and Eric Ehrenberger. First round the corner though, Quentin Antonielli in the Monaco boat. And by the skin of their teeth, they're caught up on the buoy. This is and the current pulled them round to the wrong side. So Tunisia going to go on the wrong side, with Germany having to make a whole lot of corrections to get round. And that means that we're seeing boats all rowing. So those that went wide of the buoy on the Lisbon side really did set themselves up for a good position entering that buoy line, because we're now seeing Tunisia have to row back around Germany, just entirely caught up on it. That's snagged Ireland as well. Arklow caught up now, but making their way around the far side. We've got the Netherlands, Oberduk Tibben and Guus Mollet now in 3rd place. Ukraine 4th. Monaco 2, 5th, Sweden 2, 6th, USA a clean exit there for the New Orleans Rowing Club. They're in 7th, Croatia then, Igor Baraska and 4th, and Nikolaj Udovicic come around clean as well. Then Spain 7, Germany 4, and we've got an entire entanglement here between Ireland 5 and Germany. They've drifted clean of the buoy just because they're trying to separate the two boats. I think their riggers locked together. They're having a bit of a hard time separating, and then even so, they'll have to row back around that buoy as we see Tunisia come clear of the buoy now. So here we have it, Tunisia making their way up towards turning point 2, having just made a clean exit from that buoy, and we see Ireland and Germany making their way back to turning point 1. So a disaster rounding for Arklow Rowing Club, and Germany now at the back of the field, still heading in the wrong direction to get round that buoy as the rest of the field starts to make their way up to turning point 2. Goodness me, James, carnage all over the place.
Absolutely. I think it was only the Monacans that really predicted what was going to happen and went wide up ahead, and everyone else ended up dozens of meters to the right-hand side of that mark and having to row back up into it. There were very few boats that weren't rowing a reciprocal course to what they needed. Again, none of them appreciating how big this tide is here and how hard it's pushing them down.
And what do you think they got wrong there? Do you think they started to turn in too soon? Because we saw a whole load of them on the Lisbon side of the course, the Marina side of the course, looking like they were tracking well. And then they just started to turn in perhaps a bit early, trying to cut the corner.
I think, again, it's so hard not to follow the boats and the bulk of the boats and to be the outlier off to the side, especially when you see yourself as further back, to hold your confidence in that and keep that line, even though it looks like you're way behind everybody else. It's such a difficult thing to do, and to maintain that faith right up until the last minute. And the problem is, unless you hold that faith and conviction that you are doing the right thing up until that last second, you don't stand a chance. You can lose all those gains in the final kind of 50 meters if you drop the height back down to the buoy too early. And what we've seen with these boats, particularly in the smaller boats, is that if you don't keep 10, 20 meters away from the mark, even at the point at which your bow is coming around it, by the time you just don't have your stern clear in time, which means you have to be so far wide of it to actually be able to pass the length of the boat around it without getting washed down, which is why people that thought they were clear would get completely tangled, and it would often happen that they'd end up with the buoy between the two rowers' positions, so they've got one set of oars ahead of the buoy and the other set behind it, that they're completely tied up.
So difficult to get out of it, and I think that's race over, really. I mean, for those crews that got entirely tangled up, they'll try to make up for it through the latter stages, but out in front still, Quintin Antonielli for Monaco, where we've got him and Mathieu Montfort still leading the way out at the front of the field. Currently in third place, ahead of the Netherlands. We've then got fourth place, we can see the Netherlands. It's Ukraine in third, the other Monaco boat in fifth, and then Sweden sixth. So the field very much strung out now. Second place, tough to be clear, it's the Gibraltar boat. A great race from them so far. Colin Testa, Matthew Vinales having rounded the buoy cleanly. Experts in these challenging conditions, not far astern of that leading Monegascan crew.
None of these teams seem to be struggling too much in these conditions. In fact, the boat's obviously the right size and the right sort of speed they're doing for the conditions we've got. It's not as spectacular as I thought it might be, but saying that, we're just starting to come into the final few hundred meters before the second turning point, and this is where the swell's really picked up now. We've got a good meter, probably only with 4 or 5 seconds between it all, which is going to make it much harder, much more dramatic as they're rowing through it, and again, much harder just to keep good contact with the blades in the water as they pull through every stroke.
So positions coming up to turning point 2. Monaco Society Nautique, Mathieu Montfort and Quintin Antonielli leading. They've got perhaps 30 meters up on the Gibraltar crew, who have 4 lengths of clear water up on Ukraine. We've then got a gap of perhaps 30 meters back to the level crews of the Netherlands and Sweden. Not much separating them coming up to the turning point. So that's 5th and 6th, and then 7th place, the other crew, 2 ahead of the Croatians, Igor Boraska. And with him for RC Val, we have Nikola Kudovicic. Germany, perhaps 3 lengths behind them. That's Germany 4, where we find Joost Dobrocic and Lewin Conrad Bekart from the Ruder Club Flensburg. Spain 7 coming through next from the Real Club Nautico Gandia, Lucas Catala, Bajan and Sergei Makilovs. Excellent race from them here, trying to hold off this push from France 4, where we got from Cassis, Lionel Vigier and Jean-Simon Caravan-Pic. Next up, Italy 4, following them towards turning point 2. great scenery here, but I just can't believe, James, how the day's gone on. The swell has just continued to grow.
Well, it was forecast to happen, so essentially we're getting exactly what we thought we would, and in a way hoped we would, because these just make for fantastic coastal rowing conditions. It makes it dramatic. It means that you're testing the power, and the technique, as well as their seamanship. These are all the teams are getting a real run on every area that they need to be good in, and the ones that are the best already.
Right. With respect to the quality of our transmission, we cut it for a little while and let Peter and James find a better position to radio in their insights into this race. Great row it has been for Monaco. What a great row. What clever tactics for the Monegasque crew of Quentin Antonielli and Mathieu Montfort. Quentin Antonielli also a great single sculler on the Olympic distance 2,000 meter flat water courses. So he definitely has the power and the endurance. But he also, I mean, Monaco is one of the most traditional coastal rowing clubs, so they have the knowledge how to put that into boat speed on the course here in Oeiras.
E passa para a grande liderança esta embarcação do Mónaco, Mónaco número 1 com Quentin Antonielli e Mathieu Montfort. Esta embarcação que lidera desde o início esta competição dos double masculinos, e em segundo a embarcação da Tunísia com Dihayeddine Zoglahami e Assam El Hadji, a embarcação que está em segundo lugar. Para a terceira posição penso que era a embarcação da Holanda com Obadur Tiben e Gus Morley. A altura em que vemos aqui nas imagens a grande confusão que foi a viragem ali no início.
We're getting some replays here of turning point 1, where we had this carnage, as Peter has called it, this great tumult of boats happened, which threw some crews really off pace and made them fall behind quite a bit. So this field definitely looks like it's spreading out very much on this, even already on this first half of the course. With our local audience in the picture, come on. Right, let's try another throw. James and Peter, have you recovered from the spray that must be coming up from the boat into your faces?
I've got a mouthful of salt here, Sebastian, but that's okay because the racing is superb here in Oeiras, Portugal, as the Monegascans make their way towards turning point 3. They've opened up an enormous lead. Nobody's going to come close to them. They're just so expertly handling these tough conditions. They're well out, showing no sign of slowing. That pivot round in towards shore, where they've now got more of a cross headwind than a direct headwind. They've had Bertley, and
so I think it gets a bit too salty for our commentators here, so we won't let them and us suffer. But what a great race we've seen so far. And I will not repeat myself, not only the Monegascan crew was very good, but the Tunisians also looked great. And let's see what happens on the second half of this course when they come around the fortress. Hopefully we get some more pictures and sound back again. So this is the B final of the men's quadruple scull. The Croatians in the race: Igor Boraska, Olympic bronze medalist at the Sydney Olympic Games some 21 years ago, but still very fit and racing here with Nitko Udovicic in the double. Let's see how they make the best out of their presence here in this B final at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. Right, let's have another go. Peter, James, what's the situation like? Give us an update, please.
well, we're now at turning point 6. Monaco, the leading boat here, already past 3 and heading to 4. And they'll have no trouble going around that. They've got all the clear space that they could possibly need to make their way towards turning point 5. Bit of a tussle still on for second place. I think the second Monaco boat moving up the field in quick order. They'll be so used to training in conditions just like this back home in the south of France, and now moving up the field slightly. So as they come into sight and round turning point 3, we'll get a better clue of just who's out in front. But I think this race, from my perspective, I don't know what you think, James, but it's been all about Quintin Antonielli and Mathieu Montfort from Société Nautique Monaco. Perfect race, start to finish.
Absolutely. They took the hit of going so wide on that first mark and just have been reaping the benefits. The sooner you get around those tricky marks and into the good conditions, your lead just starts to grow and grow. You saw that as they pulled up to the third turning mark here. They had such a good lead, but then they're immediately downwind, which means as soon as they're downwind, they're going faster and faster and faster in the favourable conditions, while the nearest competitors are still struggling. So they just see the lead get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's exactly what we've done here. I mean, they're almost 2 marks ahead of the rest of the fleet, and that's pretty impressive.
And I think we saw the same strategy from both of the Monegascan crews, because they went out like a rocket. You know, they absolutely went for it through the first couple of 100 meters. I was remarking about the fact that we saw both of their boats pushing into the lead towards that first turning point. Really, really brave strategy, because if everybody does that, then you just end up in the mix anyway. So the slightly safer option that we've been seeing from some people seems to be to head up on the Lisbon side, but even that doesn't always pay off, because it so easily end up in the carnage regardless as everybody converges in on that first turning point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it depends on the time of day as well. You know, that strategy only works at certain points of tide, and obviously that's never the same 2 days in a row. But they absolutely made the right decision to go so hard, and they've invested in those first couple of 100 meters, and by investing that energy and having the clear water, they just rode their own race. And as I say, their leads got bigger and bigger and bigger as they've gone.
Well, here comes Gibraltar, currently in second place. Colin Tester and Mathieu Vinales not holding out in second place by much, because they're being mown down here as we see Igor Khmara and Stanislav Kovalov for Ukraine. A very, very powerful combination. Now in these slightly better conditions, we'll be able to put that power to good use and see if they can move up alongside Gibraltar. We could have quite a fun race on for second here in this B final for the men's doubles. The sun starting to set, or starting to come down on the horizon, making it really, really difficult to see in that direction, which is of course what they contend with on their way up to turning point 2. Fourth place at the moment though, we have Sweden, where we've got Per-Ingmar Bujala and Erik Ehrenberger from Kungälv, just up ahead of the Netherlands combination, where we've got for KNRB, we've got Obeduk Tibben and Goose Mollet. Then the other Monegascan crew of Antoine Bordero and Charles-Louis Marot.
Brilliant downwind rowing for all of these teams now. They're absolutely flying through from the 4th mark to the 6th, and I think that's why we've seen so little competition between individual boats on this leg, because as soon as someone gets around the mark, even if there was only half a boat length, by the time both boats are around, they've eked that back out to almost 2 boat lengths again, and it just takes that little extra time in the favourable conditions while your competitor is still fighting the wind to make a small distance really quite significant, and as we see, insurmountable most of the time.
So that's what we're seeing here as Croatia in 7th place at the moment, holding about 2.5 lengths of clear water up on Germany 4, this German boat from Ruder Club Flensburg, who have 3 to 4 lengths of clear water up on Tunisia. Tunisian combination of Dia Edney, Zoglami and Hassan El Hajj. Spain 7 coming through next, where we've got from the Real Club Nautico Gandia, Lucas Catala-Bajan and Sergei Makilovs, just being moved through here by the fast-moving Italians, putting on a bit of a push here from Santo Stefano Almare, Andrea Vincenzi and Michele Cicconetti.
Here we are with the first cruise on the beach. Thank you, Peter and James. We have the crew from Monaco coming in. Monaco 1, that is Société Nautique Monaco. Quintin Antonielli and Mathieu Montfort. And the boat handlers again moving quickly to secure the boat. And it's Mathieu Montfort taking here, running across the line, taking the win for Monaco 1 in the B final at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in the men's double.
My daddy was a gambling man with no strategy. Who gives a shit about him anymore? Guess we never really settled the score.
Very close for the next 2 crews coming in. It's Gibraltar on the left-hand side, And it's the second crew from Monaco, I think, is it? No, it's Ukraine. Oh, quick start into the water from Gibraltar. Come on, guys, get it out here on the beach. This is the sprint. This is what we want, and it's Ukraine taking second place in this B final. 22nd place overall in the world ranking, just ahead of Gibraltar. Great sportsmanship here between the two athletes. So Gibraltar taking 23rd here.
Now comes Sweden for the fourth position right now. It's Bukala.
And what a run from him.
Yep.
Sweden coming in fourth.
And now it's Netherlands.
Secure fifth spot for the great combination from the Dutch Rowing Federation, Obbe Dirk Tibben and Guus Molly. Tibben doing the run here. Oh, there's Monaco too.
Yep, Monaco 2. All the six securing the sixth position.
And the runner was Charles-Louis Mauro. So crews, if you've finished your race, please help the boat handlers, getting the boats quickly out of the way if you can. Germany coming on to the beach, Germany 4, that is. But first is Igor Boraska for Croatia. Crossing the line here, and Croatia gets 7th place overall, followed by Germany. I think it was Germany 4, but I'm not quite sure here. There was Tunisia. Tunisia coming in. Idine Soglami was the runner. Here comes the fast runner from Spain.
Yeah, it's the Club de Gandia.
So very quickly, again, the boats are being cleared from the beach. Coming in next seems to be France. Lionel Vigier for Cassis, together with Jean-Simon Carivin-Pic. 12 boats in. Here comes number 13. And that's the New Orleans Rowing Club. John Happy taking it across the line. His partner is John Albris. A little bit of navigation here from the next Spanish crew that's coming in. Beach is relatively low down now, ebb tide. Spain 5.
Yeah, España número 5, Club de Mar, Club del Hilo del Campello.
So the runner is Vincent Andrés Avella.
Vicente Avella llegando ahí. ¿Qué tenemos, España o no? Ah, Franco.
Here comes Germany 1. Michael Benedikt Remmers taking it home together with Christian Alois Vennemann from the Northwest German rowing team. Here comes the fast runner, ladies and gentlemen. Gets loud for Spain.
It's Spain 4, Club Marítimo Linense was José María Álvarez Moreno.
So you remember, folks, that we had that clash at the first buoy that made two boats at least row back the opposite way and turn the buoy correctly, and that made for the big spread that we see here now in the coastal men's double. One more boat at least within our line of sight here. And then the next start will be at 5:05, so push back by 5 minutes.
A próxima partida vai ser dentro de 5 minutos. Vamos para esta primeira final do skiff masculino.
shirt like that. It hurts, so giving something worse to pass the time. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone. Don't you wanna have fun?
So we have Ireland 5 coming in.
Yep, Ireland 5 finishing the last vote here on this final B. That means Arklow Rowing Club with Padrai Kinsella and Adam Nail. And Adam Nail is running for the finish. Let's go for a big round of applause for this quadri, and let's move for the next final.
Right, here we are with the lineup for the final B of the women's solo. Again, it's for position 21 upwards. And we have Great Britain 1, Leanan Warriors Rowing Club, Bryony Jones.
And we have Great Britain 2, Christensen's Rowing Club with Lucy Hart.
For Great Britain 3, Southampton Rowing Club, it's Catherine Coleman-Jones.
And Great Britain 5, Fishguard Godwig Jemima Rowing Club with Martha Hohen.
Dorothea Horry for Germany 1, Esther Coastal Ruder Club from Hamburg. Germany 2, also there, Ruder Club Alemannia, Annika Sophie Zalgicek.
And from Greece, Omnibus Fion Talassis with Varvara Neokosomido. De Portugal, temos o Infante com a Rita Faria. Do Caminhense, na embarcação Portugal 3, com a Mariana Matias. E o Vila Condense, na embarcação Portugal 4, com a Alexandra Muller. Da Associação Naval de Lisboa, Maria Crines de Golar, com a embarcação Portugal 5.
And one left for me to announce Newport Aquatic Center from the United States of America sends Christine Rubino into the sea final.
About 2 minutes for the start. 2 minutos para a partida desta última final, deste sábado aqui, desta final B. Vamos para o skiff feminino, onde temos as embarcações portuguesas do Infante do Caminhense do Vila Condense e da Associação Naval de Lisboa, aqui representadas para as classificações acima da 20ª posição. 21ª posição.
So the last race of the day about to get underway, the last ball to fall very soon. And we are there with the final B of the women's solo. So here we are with the start of the women's solo final B, and let's hear it from our commentators on the boat, James Scott and Peter Rahman.
Out in front, Newport Aquatic Centre, Christine Rubino leading the way. First couple of good strokes surged her into the lead, but going with her now for Portugal 2, we've got Rita Faria from Infante. It's a quite mixed field here, James. We've got 4 Brits, 4 Portuguese, 2 Germans, a Greek athlete and an American in this B final.
Well, when you list it out like that, it sounds like the start of a bad joke, I think, there, Pete. But I think what it actually is the start of a fantastic rowing race.
That's what it is, and now pushing for the lead alongside Christine Rubino of the USA. We've got Rita Faria currently in second place. Third, then, it's a tough one to choose between GB3, where we've got Kath Coleman-Jones from Southampton Rowing Club, right alongside Dorothea Horry from the Esther Coastal Ruder Club Hamburg. Those two pretty much neck and neck for third place. Portugal 3 then in fifth place. Mariana Matias from Caminhense holding out just about a length up on Portugal 5, where we got from the Naval Association of Lisbon, Maria Cristina Goulart. Field already starting to spread out a bit here. Let's see how they handle it. We can already see their trajectory. They're all pointing well to the side of turning point 1 because they know what this current's doing now.
Oh, they certainly do, and you can see from the way we're tracking alongside them that they're all on a really, really good course to make this mark. They're all handling this tide that's coming in from their left, from up the river, really, really well. We've been tracking just along the right-hand side of the fleet for all of these races, and I've been able to see ourselves, the mark moving against the land as we're moving with the fleet sideways. But this is the first time we're holding steady on that, and which means that they must be as well. It's also the first time I've seen us this far out towards some of the other features in the harbour. So they've obviously really learned the lessons, the hard lessons previous fleets have, and using the course to their advantage and keeping really, really up tide. I think this might be a very clean rounding indeed, if they can hold their nerve and keep that right up until the end.
That's the trick to it. Martha Owen from Fishguard Good at Jemima Rowing Club in the middle of the pack here, just checking her trajectory. Her son Jerry racing in Oh My Quad, which is racing in the men's quad edition here at the Coastal Championship. So great family sport, what we see when we have athletes coming from all over the world competing in the World Rowing Coastal Championships. This battle for the front though, still level between the USA's Christine Rubino of the Newport Aquatic Centre. They're all starting to drift over now, so this could be a good course from the American right over on the marina side of the course from the start.
I think it will be. I think that what started off as a really fantastic heading for everybody was good at the time, but now we're in the deeper water and feeling the worst of the tide. I can see us starting to move with the fleet and move all the way down to the right. So hard to judge that when you're that low down on the water, and we've got a moving backdrop for them to have to try and spot their course from. We got another 150, 200 meter container ship, which is making for a spectacular backdrop. But again, when half of what you're looking at is moving behind you, really, really difficult to maintain your focus on where you're aiming for in your course. You can see here, some of the ones on the right-hand side are already having to sharpen up their angle and come back in towards the left-hand side of the fleet. And that situation's only going to get worse and worse and worse the further out towards the deep water in this mark we get.
So those that were on the port side of the start line now having to push a little bit further up towards the marina side to make sure that they don't drift around the wrong side of that buoy. But it looks like a great line here. Christina Rubino of Newport Aquatic Centre looks like she's headed directly for the buoy. Quite a few adjustments for those trailing behind now, and in a moment we'll get the perfect shot to be able to see who's out alongside at the front of the field.
Absolutely, I think the Americans definitely got the right course here, but even she's going to really struggle to come back up. They've all ended up a little downside of it now, and it's just going to be who has to make the least correction to deal with it and is able to leave the most space between it. We can see here that if you haven't left boat lengths between you and the mark, you're on the wrong side of it, as we're seeing with the American now.
They're all having to row back up against the current. Kath Coleman-Jones could make the cleanest rounding here. She's noticed exactly what's happened and she's not going to turn too soon. We see Rubino get tangled up on it. Her rigger just caught. She's trying to push off the buoy, but and she's tipped in. That's a disaster for her race. She's tipped in right on the buoy, so I'm sure the safety launch is going to be here in a second to help her. We can see her head above water. She's trying to right her boat, but she's drifted to the wrong side of the buoy, so tricky stuff for her. She's trying to flip it over, and we see a couple of the other athletes pinched on the wrong side of the buoy here. Now out in front is Kath Coleman-Jones for Great Britain leading. Second place, Portugal 2, Rita Faria. Third place, making her way towards turning point 2, we have Germany's Anna-Sophie Salvicek from Ruder Club Alemannia. Then coming in fourth place in fact, we've got Great Britain 1, which is Bryony Jones from Lamlin Warriors Rowing Club. And the rest of the athletes here really struggling to get on the correct side of that buoy. In fact, many of them are having to point directly towards the marina, which is back inshore, because not only is the current pushing them the wrong side of the buoy, but the wind has dragged them right over away from that buoy. So they're having to row in exactly the wrong direction to get back around it. So we only have 4 athletes cleanly around that buoy. Everybody else trying to compensate and head back in exactly the opposite direction from turning point 2. They're having to go all the way back in, and they've drifted 30-40 meters clear of the turning point. Safety launchers now with Christine Rubino. She's fine, she's righted her boat, she's climbing back in, but she's now back of the field. Great Britain 2 now making her way up towards turning point 2, having successfully rounded that buoy, which means she's in 5th place in this B final, despite a few challengers there. That's Lucy Hart for Christchurch Rowing Club. The rest of these athletes now sense what they've got to do. They're rowing directly towards the beach on the other side of the marina from the start-finish area, and they're going to have to take a very, very wide course to avoid it happening all over again. So we've got 5 athletes here heading in exactly the wrong direction.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw that you just can't cut this corner too sharp. As soon as you let the tide take you, and if you don't have a couple of boat lengths, it is potentially all over, and you know, some spectacular outcomes to that one. And I think what happened was as the American went over, the others realised that they just didn't have the space to get around the buoy. However close they were just never going to be able to leave enough space to be able to make a clean rounding. And I think they bailed out. They made the right decision to bail out to avoid the same outcome. But it meant that by the time they were all able to find their own space and start rowing again, the wind and the tide had pushed them boat lengths and boat lengths to the wrong side of the mark, and they've had a real struggle rowing back up into it. You know, the wind's strong, we've got 4 knots of tide against them, and the power that the singles can put out is only just enough to really stem all of that and be able to make any way back into it. As we can see now, we've still got 3 boats still on the wrong side of the first mark.
Mariana Matias from Caminhense, Portugal, making it safely round now, ahead of Maria Christine Goulart from the Naval Association of Lisbon. Next round will be Martha Owen from Great Britain, just ahead of the Greek athlete from Omilos Philanthasias, where we have Nikolaidou. So, looks like all of these athletes making it safely round. We're going to go and catch back up with the race leaders there, who had a challenging rounding of that buoy, and it was only 3 or 4 that made it round cleanly without having to go back, which is interesting considering this field. This, of course, being the B final for the women's solo. Christine Rubino had a great course. She got tangled up on that buoy, but a valiant effort to make sure that she fended it off and could push on. She was doing all sorts to try and make sure that she got to the correct side of the buoy, pushing off the flexible rubber itself. We make our way through these very, very challenging conditions, bouncing all over the place. We're having a more comfortable ride than the athletes, of course, because the chop, the spray, the wind makes it really, really difficult for them to see the buoy that they're heading for, turning point 2. You can probably hear the spray hitting the microphone because there is not a square inch of this boat that hasn't been washed down with this beautifully cool salty seawater. Oeiras.
I think this is the first time today, Pete, that I've wished I was on a coastal rowing boat rather than on a rib, and think that they've actually got a more comfortable ride than we have right now. Although I've no doubt that they're not feeling the same way punching into these conditions. Really, really choppy conditions, really, really windy, and just so much tide running now. Everything in the mix and everything working against them, certainly for this half. But the good thing is once they're round this second turning point, it's all going to start to work in their favour one by one. First they'll start to have a bit of tide, and they'll lose the tide as they go into the shallower water, and then once they're round that next turning point, they'll lose the swell, and then they'll have the wind behind them. So it can only get better from here on, but there's still a fair bit more pain and a fair bit more drama to come.
Well, it's all changed. We've now got out in the lead. Germany leading the way. We've got Annika Sophie Salvicek pulling up in front of Kath Coleman. I think having a slightly choppier run. Christine Rubino. Currently in 3rd place, we have Bryony Jones from the Landland Warriors Rowing Club in 3rd at the moment, just up on Christine Rubino. So it's all changed as they've headed into these really challenging, choppy conditions.
I'm still just amazed by the amount of tide at that mark. I mean, I've seen some tides around the coast of Britain, certainly on the row that we did back in August, but that's up there with it. And we had, we were a 6-person rowing boat with 3 people rowing at a time, and we struggled at times to make it through that. So the effort that it must be taking for these athletes to make it through this tide with only 1 pair of oars is really, really quite something.
An amazing performance from the race leaders here, where we've got Germany now pulling out into a clear advantage. That's Annika Sophie Salvicek from the Ruder Club Alemannia ahead of Kath Coleman-Jones from Southampton Rowing Club. Tough to choose third place then, because Bryony Jones from the Landland Warriors Rowing Club looks good for third, but we can see over on the far side, I believe that's Christine Rubino, who's gone a fair bit off course. She'll need to pinch her way back in towards this turning point.
So hard to keep a course in these conditions, and so hard with just one boat this low in the water to be able to have any idea where you are really. There's so few landmarks behind you on this leg, and so hard to see what's ahead of you. Again, we've got so much wind out here that the inflatable marks are being blown at 45, 50 degrees to the water. And again, trying to spot that from a boat that's moving and rocking up and down with the bow crashing through the waves is really, really hard. And again, in this, with the smaller boats, they're feeling that impact even more, and just with less power, it's so much harder to make good way through these conditions, and certainly through that strong tide. It does, however, make for very exciting viewing, and certainly having such a drama at that first mark and having put a split in the fleet means that this excitement's going to be dragged out over a much, much longer period of time than I think we've ever seen in the race so far.
Looks like it. Coming out to turning point 2 though, we've got Annika Sophie Salvicek for Ruder Club Alemannia leading ahead of Kath Coleman-Jones for Great Britain's Southampton Rowing Club. And then it was from Portugal 2, Rita Faria from Infante pinching her way back in towards the boy here, going and taking a very wide arc indeed towards turning point 2, just nipping in alongside Bryony Jones from the Landland Warriors Rowing Club. Pulling up alongside us here, we're right next to turning point 2. We've got GB2 Lucy Hart from Christchurch Rowing Club. So that's the leading 5 athletes here. And coming into sight behind us, there is such a widely spread group of athletes. I think this is the most spread we've seen any number of boats.
I think spread left to right and front to back as well. We've got people a long, long way downwind, and I think just that goes to show how difficult the navigation's been as one person on a boat, and how hard to counteract all the forces that's working against them. We've got some competitors rowing at an almost 40-degree angle up to the line that they need to be taking. They're having to angle their boat that much to compensate for the wind pushing them down, but also just to try and make up for any errors and where they've got blown down to leeward of the line. Really, really difficult conditions.
Well, those leading 5 boats still trying to make their way around turning point 2. They'll be making their hard slog now with a crosshead up towards turning point 3. Just shows when you've got that ability to navigate. That's why it's so crucial in coastal rowing, because it's not all about just handling the waves and putting your power through the oars. If you can't read the currents and you can't read the wind trajectory, it is so much harder. You've got so much more distance to cover. Now coming in for 6th place, we've got for Germany 1, Dorothea Horry from Esther Coastal Ruder Club Hamburg, making her way in for 6th towards turning point 2.
As you say, the seamanship involved to do the navigation, read the currents, read the wind, and try and work out what sort of course you need to take isn't something you can just learn from a book. It's something you learn through experience and living and having a couple of and having them go wrong. And I think it's when the mistakes are made, that's the point where you really appreciate sometimes how drastic a difference there is between your course and where you actually need to be pointing your boat. And it's so hard to appreciate what that feels like out on the water until you've lived it a few times. And that's where the athletes that have got the most time, especially in the harder conditions, will really have the advantage there, because they've experienced it, and you just can't get that experience any other way.
And I've got to say, there's quite a squadron of ribs out here on the water as well, so we must remember to be grateful to all of those health and safety boats out there, because in these difficult conditions we've seen a number of athletes tip in. I'm sure everybody will feel a little bit more confident knowing that there's this fleet of safety vessels out here roaming around, making sure that whilst we've got athletes spread over such a vast distance, everybody is tracked, and anybody who comes into difficult circumstances can be confident that these safety officials are always nearby. Now the leaders are making their way to turning point 3, so we're going to see how they're progressing. Looks like they're steering a relatively straight course in that direction.
It does indeed, yeah, and I think that's wider at the front of the fleet because these are the ones with some of the better ability to navigate. They made the first mark well and made the bold decisions there to be able to make it. They created a really good line.
Right, so we lost connection. It's always the same spot actually on the course. It's the same momentum that we get in there. Great Britain won, battling out with the waves here. That's Bryony Jones for Leannan Warriors Rowing Club. Beautiful drone shots here. So we're about halfway through, maybe a bit more, maybe 2/3 with regard to the distance covered with the B final of the women's solo at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. And because we have this fortress that you can see now in the background between our central position here on the beach and the commentary boat, we sometimes get dropouts. That's why we cover from here. That's Germany 2, leading Annika Sophie Salvicek from Ruderclub Alemannia from Hamburg in northern Germany. They have a strong squad here on this event. They are trying to get her bearing to the next turning point, which should be turning point 3, I believe. Let's try another throw. James and Peter, you've braved the conditions. Any salt between your teeth at the moment? So let's hear it from James and Peter O'Hanlon.
Well, I can tell you, Sebastian, we're now in the shelter of the Fort de Saint Julio de Barra here, as the water's much calmer as they come inshore, so we're keeping a close eye on the leaders, making their way up towards turning point 3. And what a fantastic performance though. Kath Coleman-Jones, Southampton Rowing Club, GB3, leading this race at the stage along with Annika Sophie Salvicek from the Ruderclub Alemannia, Germany 2. But we were talking just then, James, about these intimidating seas that these athletes are contesting with.
Yeah, I mean, it's really intimidating to be out here in a small boat anyway. There's a lot of people that wouldn't come out here in a bigger boat and sailing yachts or motorboats just because it's so unpredictable. And if things go wrong, it then compounds the issue and can be so hard to deal with. And as we saw with Christine Rubino going in and having the capsize, must have been quite a scary place to be actually. It doesn't take much sea state for you to not be able to see what's going on around you, and it's just you with a boat right next to you trying not to get hit by the boat, impacted. You've got blades everywhere. Really, really intimidating. And a lot of people won't have experienced those conditions before. They'll have done capsize training in relatively benign conditions, because that's the sort of conditions you want to be training people for. But to do it for real in much choppier seas will be really intimidating. And obviously you've got to remember that they're not wearing life jackets, which means that they're having to work so hard to keep themselves afloat while focusing on keeping themselves safe from their own boat, from other boats around them, and then deal with trying to get the boat back upright. And what happened there was, because she'd been upside down for so long with the tide pushing against her oars had fallen almost all the way through the rowlocks, so the blades were right in the rowlocks, which meant that it then wasn't possible, even when the boat was the right way up, to push and put the blades out to provide some stability, which means I think she probably flipped the boat 3 or 4 times over. And the effort involved to keep righting the boat and then have it capsize and righting the boat, really, really difficult. So great job from everybody to stay safe in these conditions, really.
So the leading sculler now around turning point 3 with an enormous margin out in front. Great performance here heading up towards turning point 4. The field really is so spread out. Many of them still making their way towards turning point 2 or just rounding it at this stage.
As you say, Peter, having the safety boats out here in these conditions is such an important factor, because as we saw earlier, it's often not just one boat that will get in trouble in these conditions, it's several. So you really do need all of those boats around you to be able to provide the level and the breadth of cover that actually a fleet this big needs, because it might well be a couple of people get tangled up, and it's hard to keep track of where they all are. One boat wouldn't be able to do that. It's hard for us to even see how many athletes are still out here in these sort of sea states. So fantastic thing to have so many boats out here providing the safety cover, and I've no doubt that it makes everybody involved feel much more comfortable.
And when things start to go wrong, they start to go really wrong. So always preparing for the worst, but thankfully not needed today because we've had a great bunch of athletes who've been able to handle some of those challenging conditions for themselves. Now leaders now rounding turning point 4, heading to move along in parallel to the coastline around the fort here. Great scenes here looking back at the Carca Veloz beach in Oeiras, Portugal. Here in the last race of the day, which is the B final for the Coastal Women's Solo.
Great scenes for those on the beach as well, looking out. I mean, it must have been a fantastic thing and such a novelty to have these boats coming into the beach the whole day for the last few days. You know, the consistent procession of such impressive boats in such impressive conditions. So really, really great spectator sport for all on the beach, as well as all of those back home looking at the footage.
And we've said this a number of times before. I was momentarily thinking they'll be wondering who on earth would be out here rowing in these conditions. But when you're on the shoreline, you just can't see how high the waves are that far out. It looks completely flat and quite lovely conditions until you're out there just a few hundred meters offshore, and then you really see the current, the depth of the water there, 70 meters just off the shore, and the water really shifting and the waves growing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to judge that sort of thing from the shore, which means it's really hard for all these athletes to know what to expect when they come out here as well, because them, just as much as the spectators, will look out, see a relatively flat surface of the ocean, but until you're right down in the trough of these waves and all the way out, you just have no idea what it's like. And I always find it amazing how calm sea state looks from shore or from photographs. And again, just experiencing it is the only way to really appreciate how significant it is and how powerful it is as well.
Well, coming up towards turning point 6 now, Germany 2. This is our race leader, Annika Sophie Salvacek from Ruderclub Alemannia. She has just been able to so valiantly battle through those tough conditions non-stop all the way around turning points 1, 2 and 3, and now she's in this relatively calm water. She knows she's leading this B final and in a comfortable position too. She's got perhaps 30 meters up on Kath Coleman-Jones from Southampton Rowing Club. Tight then between places 3 and 4, where we can see Bryony Jones from the Landland Warriors Rowing Club moving up ahead of the athlete in 4th place, where we've got Rita Ferrier for Infante. Portugal 2, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the race leaders. They're the first ones around turning point 2, but Bryony Jones hasn't stopped. She was at risk of dropping back into 4th place, certainly up by turning point 2. She's feeling the pressure from Rita Ferrier as we come around turning point 6, but Kath Coleman-Jones a solid 2nd place at the moment behind Annika Sophie Salvacek of Ruderclub Alemannia, our race leader.
They've really taken some of the pressure off themselves now by slowing the pace here in the more favourable conditions, which I imagine nobody wants to burn themselves out unnecessarily before the last sprint, but also they must be exhausted from what they've had to contend with over the last 3 kilometres. Absolutely exhausted, and so nice to have this final little bit where everyone can just ease off, cement their leads and ease their way into the finish.
An absolutely immense race to conclude our day here on day 2 of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal. A stellar performance from Annika Sophie Salvacek, closely followed by Kath Coleman-Jones, Bryony Jones, and then Rita Ferrier. Our 5th place sculler just approaching turning point 5. Such an enormously spread out field. 6th place only just rounding turning point 3, and then we look back almost back to turning point 2 for the trailing athletes in this hugely spread out field at this stage.
Hugely spread out, and sometimes so hard to keep going and keep the power on when the boat in front of you is just so far ahead. But obviously with a little group of them at the back, like they found after all that drama at the first turning point, at least everybody's got company there, and it'll be a lot easier to stay motivated, I imagine, when you've essentially got a boat alongside you to race. Sometimes it can be really tough if you're rowing your own race with no one else around you and no one in front that you can tangibly catch.
Lucy Hart here for Christchurch Rowing Club, coming up to turning point 6. Steady, steady, steady. She's just continued to row her own race here. Must feel like she's rowing in a bit of a bubble because she's trailing behind the leading 4 athletes, and then she's looking back and seeing next to no one. She can see one athlete behind her just approaching turning point 4, and then when she looks over her shoulder to see who's ahead of her, they're perhaps 200 to 300 meters out in front, so a bit like rowing in a bubble as the leading athletes just pass turning point 7 and make their way into the beach where we find Sebastian and Inacio.
Well, thank you very much, James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon, for a great day of race commentary from you out there on the water, braving the conditions. And indeed, we see the first athletes coming towards the beach here, and it looks like Annika Sophie Salvicek of Hamburg in Germany can maintain her lead that she has established on the second half of this beautiful 4-kilometer course just off Oeiras and Cacaredas here in Portugal, near Lisbon. So a few strokes remaining of this race, and it's the hour again, or the minute, for the helpers, for the boat handlers to get the boats cleanly out of the water and carry them quickly away. Ladies and gentlemen, on the beach, let's have a big round of applause for our B finalist winner from Germany, Annika Sophie Salvicek, and then let's see who's coming in second and third.
And there we have it. It's Annika Sophie, but the thing is, senhoras e senhores, temos do Infante a Rita Faria ali a lutar pela terceira posição. Vamos lá, público aqui na praia, vamos puxar por ela e vamos puxar também por as outras nadadoras. Quem está? A nadadora alemã chegar em primeiro lugar, de Inglaterra from Great Britain. It's Great Britain 2, Southampton Rowing Club, Catherine Coleman-Jones for the second position. Let's go, a big round of applause for our Brit coming into the finish. E vamos lá para a nossa portuguesa, a Rita Faria. Vai lá, grande aplauso para ela. A praia está a vibrar, isso mesmo.
So here is a happy Portuguese lady, very satisfied with her ranking here in the B final. Coming up next is Bryony Jones for Great Britain. Great Britain 1, Leon and Warriors Rowing Club, that is. So this field, as we have seen, is very much spread out. Graphics are coming up on the screen right now. So Germany 2, Great Britain 3, Portugal 2, and Great Britain 1 safely on the beach and across the line with that final sprint. As you've heard, it's the transponder that marks the time. So next crew coming in, next sculler seems to be Great Britain 2. That would be Lucy Hart, and I think it's indeed Great Britain 2 from Christchurch Rowing Club. Last few strokes remaining. Indeed, she has a life vest there on the back of her boat, but at the moment the rowers are not obliged to wear them. Another runner coming up the beach, and it's Lucy Hart for Christchurch Rowing Club, making her way through the deep sand. What an extra exhausting factor we have here. Lucy Hart crossing the line there in 5th place in this B final of the women's solo at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal. Yeah, total exhaustion. You could tell from her face that she is exhausted, but also very, very happy to have braved the waves. Fair congratulations here between the two athletes. Salvicek from Germany being the winner of this B final. So final of this race will be held tomorrow at around midday. So 1 o'clock is the start time for the final A, with 20 athletes competing for the medals. So we'll have to wait quite a few more minutes considering what happened on the first leg. The scullers being pushed by the current towards the Atlantic and then having to make their way back against the current and against the wind to turning point 1 correctly. So this spread out the field very much. Only 5 athletes from the 12 that have set out in so far. So 11 boats were racing in this B final with Portugal 4 not at the start. And here comes Dorothea Hori for Germany 1, the last 50 meters for her. Just founded a new rowing club in Hamburg, Coastal Rowing Club, with a few friends with great rowing experience. Very fit 61-year-old Dorothea Hori comes up the beach and makes her way to the finish line. Germany 1 safely home. But you can tell also from her face the happiness and the exhaustion. Happy and probably already mentally preparing for next year's event in Saundersfoot in Wales in the United Kingdom. Why stop when you are that fit? And that applies for many athletes that we've seen racing here so far. 3 B finals, the last one still running. So B finals, we've seen the B final in the women's quadruple scull, we've seen the B final in the men's double, and now we still have a few athletes to come in the women's solo. Next athlete's coming in seems to be Christine Rubino from Newport Aquatic Center in the United States of America. We've seen all that drama on the first turning point happening and how bravely she managed to get back into the boat. And now she also did the remaining 3 kilometers and managed to come into the finish area where I'm sure she'll be greeted by our great audience here on site with a really great welcome. Christine Rubino, Newport Aquatic Center, USA.
Let's go for a big round of applause for the USA Newport Aquatic Center, Christine Rubino, after that amazing corner she made over there. And she runs. Okay, so let's clap your hands for the US girl, for Christine Rubino. You are the greatest, Christine. Thank you for being here in Portugal. As a Portuguese, after what you've done, we thank you for being here in Portugal. That was amazing. That was amazing. This is the sport.
This is the sport indeed, Ignacio, and we've seen also the fair congratulation from her fellow athletes, from her competitors who even accompanied her sprinting up to the beach. What a great gesture of sportsmanship that was. Still 5 boats.
Waiting for that sign.
4 boats still coming in, still to come in.
Because sometimes hearts collide. Can you hear me? Hear me calling. Separate my words from the pain. I wanna lay down. Isn't it obvious? You should be by my side again.
So here comes the Portuguese boat, Portugal 3.
A embarcação de Portugal número 3 é do Caminhense, é a Mariana Matias. Vamos lá aplaudir a grande Mariana. Mariana Matias do Caminhense, a embarcação Portugal número 3. Vamos lá, Mariana. Tudo conta até ao final. Muito bem. Bom aplauso.
What a fantastic sprint here. Mariana Matias from Caminense, after having done so many pushes with her legs during the many strokes that she had to make during the race, still able to final sprint. Taking off the transponder that has determined her time at 10:01, plus 10:01 I must say, so 10 minutes behind the leader.
Falta-nos a última embarcação a chegar aqui. Ah não, é lá a penúltima. Ainda temos mais. Está o número 5. É da ANL, da Associação Naval de Lisboa. É a Maria Cristina Goulart. Vá lá, vamos aplaudir a Maria Cristina Goulart para a sua chegada. Super endurance essa subida. Vamos lá. E ela não para, é isso mesmo, e continua a correr. É esse o espírito que nós temos aqui em Oeiras. Estas finais B, amanhã vamos continuar a partir das 8 da manhã com mais finais.
For Portugal 5 from Lisboa, Maria Cristina Goulart happy in the finish, across the line as 9th place in this B final at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal.
I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be.
So with 9 athletes across the line, we are still waiting for the last 2 athletes completing their 4 kilometers circle. And if you've ever raced long distance, we are heading into 40 minutes of race time here. So a great and valiant effort that all these ladies have made this afternoon.
I just wanna see the light.
Yeah, so we have the last 2 competitors in our line of sight.
I'm so sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light.
So guys, I don't know if you've listened to the music that we put on the stream, and out here on the beach, DJ Andre, his selection of licensed music that we are allowed to play. Well, this title was just spot on. We are not sick of waiting, as it was in the line. I'm sick of waiting. No, we are not. We're waiting for our last 2 athletes and want to welcome them with a really a warm welcome. They have battled the waves, the currents and the wind out there and found the endurance and determination to bring it home. And here we are with the last two athletes on this last 250-meter stretch around the fortress. And just a little bit of gauging the right course here.
Yeah, I think we're missing Martha Owen from Great Britain. Great Britain 5, that's it. Martha Owen, let's go for a big round of applause for Lady Martha Owen. From the Ulster Coastal. Not Martha Owen, that's it.
Fishguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martha Owen for GBR05, Fishguard and Goodwick Jemima Rowing Club now sprinting up and again cheered on by her competitors along through the finish line, supported here. That's the spirit of coastal rowing. The athletes, they support each other.
Think I got lost in your flawless eyes, and now I'm wasting all my time on guys like you. So you thought that I'd learned by now, but it's a 4-year-old kid still talking. But were we still talking about that? I guess it's much easier for you. Why is it so much easier?
And one more boat arriving. It's from Greece. Varvara Neokosimido. I think is this the way we spell the name, Varvara. So let's go for a big round of applause for Varvara. Everyone on the beach, I want to hear. I want to cheer up this girl from Greece.
And look again how she's welcomed by the other athletes in this race. And the club name for our Greek athlete is Omilos Philon Thalasis. So if you have developed a taste for coastal rowing, go to your next club and ask if they do it. And if not, find one. Here we are, spirit of coastal rowing with the Greek rower Varvara Nikolaidou Neokosmidou across the line. That completes our B final at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in the women's solo.
Terminamos então esta final B deste segundo dia de competição do Campeonato do Mundo de Remo do Mar. Amanhã voltamos às 8h30 da manhã para continuarmos com as finais B até às 10 da manhã, onde vamos ter os duplos femininos, os skiff masculinos, os quadris masculinos e também as duplas mistas.